Good afternoon. Today is July 6th, 2023. The time is now 1 p.m. and I'm Kevin Day, Chair of the Custer County Board of Commissioners. I will call this meeting of the board to order. And if you do have cell phones, please silence them at this time.
Can you hear him?
No, barely.
Okay, I'll try to speak up.
You want to share it, Mike?
Thank you.
Use this when you're talking, I'll switch it.
I will ask if you have cell phones, please silence them at this time. And we do have a sign-up sheet. And if anyone goes to speak later, if you would identify yourself for the record, that would be greatly appreciated.
And notice if you can speak into the mic, we cannot hear you.
Still cannot hear.
No.
All righty. I'll do my best, but I can't promise. So. All right, and if you would join me for the pledge and for the invocation, please. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Our Heavenly Father, we come before you this morning, Lord, and we just ask that as we come together here to discuss the business of the county, that you would be with us. We ask, Lord, that you would direct our discussion, that you would direct us, give us your wisdom. We just pray this in Jesus' name. Amen.
Silence your phones. Heard him.
Kelly, could we get a roll call, please?
Commissioner Day.
Present.
Commissioner Kanda.
Here.
Commissioner Flower. Attorney Dan Slater.
Here.
I
Lynn
about
Slater.
messed that up. And clerk to the board, Kelly Camper, present.
Old habits are hard to break.
Old habits.
Yes, they are. Thank you. I think we will put in our sign-up sheet in lieu of an audience introduction, unless everyone would like to go ahead and introduce yourselves at this time. Okay, and do make sure, please, to sign the sign-up sheet. Any amendments to the agenda?
None from me.
No, sir. Okay, we have no minutes. Any commissioner items? Commissioner Kanda?
None.
Commissioner Flower? No, sir. I will not have anything either. Attorney items.
Just real quick, I will be out and mostly unavailable from July 20th, and I'll be back in the office on July 30th. So try not to have any issues. We're not allowed to have any legal problems during that.
I'll introduce him because he didn't, but that's Dan Slater, our new county attorney.
Well,
I'm writing that note down. Okay, thank you, sir. Kelly, do you have anything?
I do not.
Okay. Then we'll come up to public comment. If you have anything you'd like to comment on at this time that's not on our agenda, feel free to do so at this time. And I have not gotten.
I'm on.
Are you on?
Yeah.
Sir.
Will there be public comment later in the meeting?
Yes, there will be.
Thank you. Nobody online.
Okay. Thank you for that. Okay. We have no unfinished business on our agenda, so that will take us to the new business. First item on that would be the consideration of hiring a Veterans Service Officer. And I believe Braden has some information for us.
All right, here is the packets that you all filled out during the workshop.
Thank you, sir.
Since we've had the workshop and those interviews during that workshop, I have heard back from candidate D, who has withdrawn from the application process. It sounded like other opportunities, so just wanted to give you that information, but otherwise, we have candidates in front of them.
Can I show you something? Mr. Chair, can I ask for clarification?
Yes, go ahead.
So these are everybody's, oh, oh,
Just so you can see it.
Give everybody a chance to go back through the paperwork here for a minute.
Excuse us, please.
Come on in, Chuck. There's an agenda and there's a sign-up sheet there you take and sign.
And I would open it up for discussion here at the table.
just a second.
All righty.
Today, Greg,
Brian, did you give us what the VSO and the V, is that part of it? The ranking?
So as part of this process, we had to, we're asked by state statute to send this also out to our veteran service organizations to give them a chance to rank these applications, these applicants. And so I believe I've only received one back, and that was from the VFW. And they rated applicants in this order: A, B, D, C. And there's a couple comments here that I'll read. Applicant A is currently working as state VSO in the Western region of Colorado from February 2021 to present. He's also assisted 13 VSO in 10 counties. He has certifications to access veterans' information to help them. I felt this would benefit us greatly. B, he would be my first choice if not for candidate A's VSO background. B's resume was very impressive, experience working with a diverse group of people on many levels. D, I believe candidate D would also make a very good VSO. I recognize his application. The first two had more diverse experience. C, I would have liked to know more about this candidate, but not a lot of information on his application. And gave his contact information if you had any questions, and that was for Kenneth Burt Daniels, commander of Spencer Young Post 12063.
I do have Richard Posadas is the commander for American Legion. He sent me an email and I asked him if you had gotten his email from you and he said he hadn't. So he did not reply, but I have his ranking.
I have not gotten any word.
All right, well then let me have the mic for a second here. All right, so like he said, the veterans organizations included the American Legion, of course. And Richard Posadas is the commander. He sent back this note and noted that his first choice was candidate B. And in fact, if candidate 4 hadn't withdrawn, that was his second choice. So, but anyway, those are his first two choices, was candidate B and candidate D. And he put C at the bottom. And his primary reason was a candidate over candidate A. Candidate B was because he's a local person, a local vet that's been a member of the community for a while, understands the veterans population. Candidate A is from Denver and has a good background in VSO processes and things, but because of the locality and the fact that he has a relationship with veterans now, all of them, not just American Legion, that's why his vote was that way. Candidate B.
Brian, you did send applications to both organizations.
I did. I sent it to both their commanders in a similar position.
Actually, we're gonna have to put a note out and follow up on what happened to the mail traffic, but that's their later date.
And those were redacted.
I did, yes.
All right, so I'll move forward and I'll move that we accept and I nominate candidate B to be our next veteran service officer.
I believe I would probably go the other direction.
So, Mr. Chairman, do you want to handle this by nominations or motions?
I think my motion.
So I move that we accept candidate B, and that was for the primary reason that was noted by our veterans organizations, as well as my observation in the interviews that we did. I like the fact that he was local. I like the fact that candidate B or A also had a lot of experience in the processes. But I think the candidate B is a chief master sergeant in the Navy, is what he was from, master chief, I should say, and has a lot of veterans experience at many levels. County government wise, he hadn't been involved for quite a while, but he's a citizen here now and has worked with VSOs in the past. So, and when I ranked him up, that's how they fell out. He nudged out candidate B.
Is that candidate A?
Yeah, candidate A, I should say, not
Okay.
candidate B. He is candidate B. All right.
I think
My-
I knew
my
what you were trying
motion.
to say. Okay. I do have a motion. Do I have a second? That motion would die due to lack of a second. I guess I'll take a turn here. Based upon my scoring and the recommendation coming back as well, because I had this candidate A scored a little higher. They both came, all three of the existing candidates actually scored fairly close. I was happy that we had those. But I think based upon our interview and the recommendations coming back, I would move to accept candidate A. I have a motion on the floor. Do I have a second?
I'll second that, sir.
Okay, so I have a motion on the floor with a second to accept candidate A for the position of Veteran Service Officer. I will open it up for discussion here.
Okay, I'll start then. We also had present our VSO district representatives there in the meeting and participated in the questions and answers that we had. He also participated in recommendations on strengths and weaknesses. Didn't vote, he just pointed out weaknesses, and his big point on candidate A was that he was not familiar with the local process and never has been worked in a VSO office that was on the ground, working with people. Not to say he can't be, it was the social aspect that he was looking for of services that are provided. So that's why, that's what swayed me to make the tiebreaker on the two of them, was his recommendation as well as the veterans officers that we did. So that's my input on that. So I still stand by candidate B, but just discussion.
We're at the
Not
table
yet.
at the present time, thank you. I will open that up though.
Here we go. We got to get coordinated here. I got to talk and then he gets to talk.
Anything from you, sir? Okay. I would just reiterate, both of these two candidates that we were, the two motions have been made for. We're very strong. Yes, candidate B is a local individual, but my scoring had candidate A a little bit higher, and I think he would be a tremendous individual for this position.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Clearly, candidate A was my choice, according to my ranking, according to the interviews, and certainly according to his resume. I feel very confident that he has the background and knowledge. There will not be much of a learning curve, in my opinion, if he is hired to do this job. I was impressed with the individual and, of course, also with his resume.
Anything else from the table? I would open it up for public.
Yeah, I forgot to mention one other thing. I am a veteran and I did assess it from that point of view as well. And my interactions with our previous VSOs, and my interaction with the commanders of each over the last 6 years I've been here as a commissioner. So that's what I added to this, just experience as well. So just to complete the discussion. Thanks. Go ahead.
I will open it up to the floor for comment.
My name is Lisa Frank. I just wondered, since Denver was mentioned, does this fellow live in Denver? Will he move here? Or was he gonna have to travel back and forth to serve our veterans?
This candidate will be moving to Custer County.
And he is not from Denver. That's not true. He is
Yeah.
from Grand Junction.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Grand
I was talking about that. VSO, so. Yeah, I'm sorry for the misstatement. It was our district manager. They all manage it out of Denver, but he is the candidate is from Grand Junction
We know when he's moving.
when he gets the job.
Okay.
I'm Judy Appleton. Does the county pay his moving expenses and all of that?
No, that is not something that would take place. Move would be on him. Anything from online?
Jim McMahon, does that individual already have a house that he's going to reside in here?
I believe during the interview, they stated that they had already been looking for houses and had something in mind or online or something like that. I could not honestly say, answer that definitively.
So do you have military background?
I do not.
Tom, do you have military background?
No, relevance point when you're asking that question?
Okay. The point was, coming from a military point, because this is a military thing to talk about, I think it would be kind of important. And that's why value bills have been over the 2 years.
It's fine.
So that's what I'm getting at.
Okay.
But the housing thing here is pretty tough. So in the big picture, in your decision making, maybe you need to look at it bigger. That's what I'm gonna say. I got a lot more to say.
Yeah, well, you weren't privileged to know what we talked about, what we didn't talk about with this candidate. He certainly talked about the housing.
Does the other candidate live here? He's already here. He's part of the community.
Yes.
She, whoever.
Yes.
Point taken. Thank you.
Brian Thomas, 30-year veteran. Could you go over again? I couldn't quite hear. What was the feedback from the local veterans organizations and the regional veterans organizations? Which candidate seemed to be supported the most by those organizations?
So, the VFW, if I'm not, make sure I'm getting my organizations correctly, scored the candidates A, B, D, and C. That was their order of choice for the candidates. And then the American Legion scored them B,
B, A, D.
B, A, C. B, A, D.
C. D drop down.
And in the process now, candidate D has pulled his name from consideration.
B. They scored B. Did that come through? They wanted B.
Feedback from the regional gentleman that sat in, that's actually been filling the office in the interim. He pointed out strengths and weaknesses on both candidates. And gave us a rundown. Basically, both candidates had strengths, both candidates had weaknesses that were different. And he addressed those during our conversation, and we just have to make our decision based upon that.
Good, thank you.
Peggy Collins. Seems to me, all things being equal, that if our local VSO recommends B and he lives here, he or she lives here already, that those things would outweigh any other factors.
Harold Frank, it kind of surprises me, and it doesn't absolutely, that the only one who is a veteran, knows anything about veterans in affairs, and has served in the military, makes a recommendation, you don't listen to it. It does surprise me in some ways, but it doesn't at all. It's pretty sad that the guy who lives here and applies for the job and is qualified doesn't get the job.
Right.
Is she?
Amen.
Sure.
Anthony Wheeler, if you guys would go over their strengths, we can forget about their weaknesses. I'm sure the list isn't very long. Take a few minutes so that we would all know exactly what strengths they have. We would appreciate it.
Thank you. And those are listed throughout the whole entire application, so it's not like we put a special section in there for that. So, but some,
So does that mean you're refusing to do that?
I'm not refusing to do anything, sir.
You're not doing it, so you must be refusing.
Would you like to show them the strengths and weaknesses of the candidates, sir?
I can talk the questions we asked and we ranked them. We're not, I won't go into the numbers. But the question we responded to, and we also gave the questions to the VSO and the veterans, VFW. And so, and I can go through quickly, it's only 14 questions, and they were ranging from number one, why did you apply for this? Why do you want this job? And they all had different reasons. And as a matter of fact, I ranked 4 above one, but just as an example. So as we went through it, and then what next one was, can you define the role of veteran service officer? Of course, they both did well on that. This is my perspective is all. What is your formal education on the job experience that gives you the knowledge to handle? That was what I pointed out earlier on the job experience. They were different. The B that is in Grand Junction has a lot of district level, or A, I should say. I keep saying B, I'm sorry. Anyway, so that as we went through it, we weighted them. Each one of us had our own opinion of what those strengths were. So I'm just going to read the questions now. What is your formal education and the on-the-job experience which gives you the knowledge to handle this position? Number 4 was, what is your style when working with coworkers in public? In other words, can you talk in public and can you make a point? And they gave us some examples. What computer skills do you possess and how comfortable are you with the computer programs? That meant, that's a big deal this day. Everything's digital. And they had their different points. What is your experience do you have with budgets and money management? Because the veterans have their trust fund that they manage and other things that we work with as the county VSO. Also, the VSO officer has to work with both organizations within the county to do that. Tell us about the time you disagreed with a supervisor and how you handled that situation. We each ranked them accordingly. How do you work with deadlines and schedules, get the grants in or trust fund or schedules with people and with the people that are coming to see? Tell me about the time you had to work with someone who was disgruntled or difficult. How did you resolve that situation? Because we have different kinds of veterans with different issues and they have different things that they need to handle. And we wanted to get a feel for that. Tell us the time you saw the need for a service and how you addressed that need. So you may see a veteran that doesn't come in at all, doesn't even know that there's something available. What issues could you see arising while working with a volunteer organization? Other volunteer organizations besides the military organizations. And there are a lot in here, as you all know, food banks and all that kind of stuff. What would you think will be the hardest part of this position? How are you going to meet these challenges? And we spent a lot of time on that one. What do you see as your strengths and weaknesses? In other words, grade yourself, and that's hard to do. Most people want to give themselves an A, and most people actually overdo it. They put themselves down too far. It's been my experience, not only in the military, but in corporate life. Why are you the best person for this position? And that's a good one. Some of them were really arrogant about it, and others aren't. I'm the best because I am the best. That was number 14. And then we asked them to ask us a question, what else would you like to know? And that was not really great. Did I miss anything, guys?
Nope, I thought as you went through. So there's the questions we asked. They all scored differently on each one. To point out just strengths or weaknesses that's the difficult thing. Sir.
The candidate, I think it's candidate B, who lives in the valley. How long has he lived here?
Go ahead, you better do it.
So, yeah,
You
just
got
to
the details.
give some clarification there. Candidate B's lived in the valley part-time for 2.5 years. He currently lives in Oregon. And so I think when we're throwing around local or lives in the valley, that is pertinent information. I appreciate that question. Real quick, just because I've heard already a couple of things. So the BFW did rank A over B because since we're talking about those two mainly here. BFW ranked A over B. I did not hear anything from the American Legion, but Bill did, and they ranked B over A. I did hear from Bob Dreyer because after I had emailed the commander of the American Legion and called him and didn't have a response, I talked to Bob, who was privy to the applications, and he had said that he had ranked A as first. He didn't give me a full ranking, but he said that A was first. And in fact, Eric, the VSO who's been serving in that capacity, he did rank them as well, and he ranked A first. So just to throw out, that's all the information as far as the rankings and the various parties. So 2 veteran service organizations, VFW, American Legion, and then the current VSO who's serving from the regional side right now as an interim VSO.
Good intro, thank you. And, but let me remind everybody, the American Legion commander gave it to his team that he had evaluated. Barry was one, and the others were there as well. And the ranking came out the way I stated it. He wasn't pulling any shenanigans, from my point of view.
Sir?
I'm David Marita. I'm a little concerned that you brought up the fact that you had the BSO officer tell you the strengths and weaknesses, but you get a question from the audience and you can't give the answer. What's up?
How about a reason why you can't give it?
Without going through each and giving you the specific answers each of them gave to each question, that's apples and oranges.
That's
And
not what he asked.
hmm?
He asked for strengths and weaknesses, not answers to the question.
Strengths, it's only for time constraint.
All right, well, I can give you a strength, just to give you an example. One of the main strengths of B was as a master chief in the Navy. He had, and the skills he picked up with people, he came across very good at his people skills and how to work with the local population. Big strength to me. And I could go through the others as well, but I'm not going to right now. Let's make a decision. But,
How about the other candidates?
Both the candidates scored very well. They both have a lot of strengths. Going down through here, and the way I scored them through each of the categories for the questions that Bill read out to you, they ended up scoring on my score sheet they were 1 point away from each other at the very end. So they both have lots of strengths. I ended up scoring candidate A higher. You're welcome to see how I scored these. Everybody in this room is welcome to see how I scored these individuals. And that is exactly how I have come out. That is also, to Braden's point a minute ago, that's how the regional man ended up scoring them after he gave us strengths and weaknesses to both. He just spoke to both candidates, all 4 candidates, as a matter of fact. And also one of the service organizations has come down that way as well. But to tell you that one is so much stronger in this area than that, you're welcome to see my score sheet. I have a.
Yes,
Your name?
Joni Liebman, and I've worked for federal and state governments, never county governments. And it's always been my experience that when you have candidates that are qualified in-house that score closely to those that are from the outside, that you always go in-house. I mean, that's how I lost a job on the state level, because it was close. The other person was almost, was as qualified as I was, but the other person was working in-house, had been working there. And so it's my experience that you take that into consideration. But for those that are wondering about close scoring, that's my.
You may.
Yeah, I would respond to that, and I would defer to our attorney as well. We were under no obligation or direction in this hiring process to consider the current residency of an applicant. To do so without that direction either from state statute or at least guidelines, I think we would be encroaching on discrimination. I would defer to counsel, but where the applicants live were no concern of mine. I was concerned about who I believe would do the best job representing the office of the BSO.
Well, just to be clear, I don't know that it would be inappropriate to consider the residency of the individual when considering a lot of different things about whether the person A or person B, in this case, literally person A or person B is the better of the two. To respond specifically, we're not talking about an in-house application as far as I understand. This is not a current county employee that's applying for a transfer to a different position in the county, which might be a different consideration that the commissioners would have. But the point is, each of the three of you can make the, or in fact, you're charged with making the evaluation on your own based on your own set of criteria. And one commissioner's set of criteria may be different from another commissioner's set of criteria. Furthermore, one commissioner's evaluation of the strength may be different from another commissioner's evaluation of what a strength is.
Okay, and I agree with that as well. The in-house didn't mean a county employee, it meant in the county as a local. That's from my perspective, and I happen to agree with that. But I can give exactly the strengths. We ranked them 1 to 5. And on B, there was more 5s than there was the other guys. Okay, and I compared. I didn't rank them against each other. I ranked them for what they answered, like what's your normal, your educational and formal knowledge and handling thing. The active duty time and the stuff that this master chief did bumped him to the top for me. So that was me on him, not, and when I looked at the other, it wasn't the same. So I ranked it lower based on his answers, not on comparing to anybody, because we had 4 candidates. And then you take a look at it afterwards. That's the classic way to do it. So that's, we can do that. And so that's the strengths of, you know, if you wanted to ask a guy that handles things better, I ranked him higher than the other guy. The other guy, again, I can't say any other guy, the candidate A was strong also in things like, well, he didn't have as much military time. Been there a lot, let's see, he just didn't come to it. I'm sorry, I said wrong. He came down 4 on the formal education, on the job experience because of that, what I just mentioned. So I had a 5 and a 4. And so when you go through it that way, is objective. Then when it's very tight, what I do is I go back and look at it in more detail and really look into more of his resume and what he said, as well as other things. And then that's each commissioner has their own opinion of that. And that's where Tom and Kevin are right. I mean, we can rank them differently and they can each name a different strength. But I'm just telling you from my experience as a veteran and as a commissioner and as a resident of this valley, that's how I felt and that's how I ranked them based on the criteria that I had determined.
I just wondered, if Kevin had not nominated candidate A, Commissioner Flower, would you have nominated candidate A?
They seconded it.
Well, I seconded the motion, so obviously I was in favor of his motion.
Would you have nominated, would you have made
I
it?
guess we'll never know that, will we?
I guess no.
I'll call the question, Mr. Chair.
Okay. The question has been called. And so I'm going to look to you now. I go directly to the question, correct?
Well, we have a majority vote.
Yeah, we'll have to vote on whether or not.
Whether we do it or not.
Yeah, one member can't just unilaterally.
Okay.
Correct, it has to be voted on.
Okay, so the question has been called. Those in favor of voting on the motion signify by saying aye.
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 Nay.
That motion passes by a 2-to-1 vote.
Microphone.
Okay, that motion passed by a 2-to-1 vote. So we have a motion on the floor to accept candidate A for the Veteran Service Officer position. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Nay again.
That motion passes by a 2-to-1 vote.
Fair enough.
And Mr. Chair, I might suggest that we continue to refer these candidates by the letter until we have a positive response from our Human Resources Director.
Agreed. No, I want those to go back. I don't believe he has. Did you have? Next item on our agenda would be a presentation by the county manager presentation, and that will be on the screen.
Is everybody able to see that and hear me okay? All right, so this presentation, I'm calling Custer County's current challenges and a proposed solution. And just to kind of get you up to speed, I want to give you a timeline of the things that have been happening up to this point. So I know there's some concern that this might have felt urgent, but that this has been a discussion that's been going on for some time now. Formally, it started in November of 2022, where we discussed the possibility of a county manager. That moved on to another workshop in January 2023, where we had a workshop to discuss the job description, and then we took public input. And at that time, Commissioner Kanda had tasked an efficiency analysis team with seeking other options to address the county challenges to be presented in February or March. Over February and June, as we were waiting for that had several postponements. And then this previous month, I put together a presentation to, again, put that county manager forward, hopefully a little more succinctly and with some more information, having taken public input from that time together, as well as just being able to talk with the employees and some other things like that. And so, and then in July, where we're at right now, that brings us to today, giving that presentation for the public. I did give this presentation in an executive session last week. I gave that last week and wanted to be able to give that to the public so that way they could see what was going on here as well. So what are the county challenges? We keep talking about these challenges, and there really hasn't seemed to be anything that's been put forward as to what those actually are. So this is the most succinct way that I could come up with this. And that first piece is that the commissioner's time is getting swallowed up by day-to-day operations. So that's anything from dealing with personnel disputes to maintenance type issues to just day-to-day activities. So when that happens, any effort toward addressing larger issues effectively and efficiently through overarching strategies and seeking to be well informed is diverted or thwarted completely. That leads to public or employees getting upset because there's a lack of consistency or solutions to their challenges, public and employees. And people become disgruntled. They lose trust, they overstep boundaries, they decrease in morale, or they leave altogether, causing challenges that need to be addressed quickly. And that causes more time to get sucked away from the commissioners to operate the basic functions of the county. So we've got this perpetuating cycle that we've been in for some time here. What does that mean for the public? Well, the public's voice is not always heard over the administrative needs of each day. The BOCC is working on the administrative stuff. They don't necessarily hear what the public has to say clearly because they're being pulled in those different directions. Services to the public are not as effective or efficient because of this internal turmoil within the county. And that equals more of the public's tax dollars being wasted. So specifically, why did I come up with this? Well, one, because I think it's the best thing overall, but it was affecting me directly in my department. There's a large amount of time that I've been spending dealing with what I would consider avoidable human resource issues. So over my 2 years being here, I've had 17 formal incidents, investigations that I've gone over that are HR related. And when I go through each of those, 16 of those could have been avoided either by being addressed solely by that department's manager or elected official, or they were caused by that department's manager or elected official. So that's an issue that's been taking up a lot of my time. And so in trying to combat that, I'm working on policy, writing policies, managing policies, leading monthly all-staff meetings to try to increase communication within the county, soliciting staff feedback and implementing solutions, and then working closely with the supervisors themselves. Well, the thing is, those aren't part of my job description. And it's just, I see a need and I want to fill that because I want to do what's best for the county. And those effective changes and progresses get implemented, but I'm limited to do so only so much in my current role. And so that's why I brought this to them in a personnel executive session, because it was something that is affecting the way I do my job. That's why it happened in executive session. So my solution for this is the creation of a county manager. And I wanted to show a quick video. This is something that is put out by the council manager, the ICMA, which is the International County Management Association. That gives you a quick overview of what this county management structure even looks like.
Which form of local government provides the best structure for community success? You are probably familiar with the mayor-council or strong mayor form. Here, the people elect one politician, the mayor, to lead the community, hire staff, and oversee all day-to-day operations and service delivery. Having a single politician at the top of the structure has its disadvantages. The elected council is largely unable to effect change because the mayor is solely responsible for the budget and staffing. Political agendas can contaminate what should be transparent, ethical, and efficient service delivery. And it also leaves that go-to person more susceptible to the influence of special interest groups, leaving ordinary voters with less say about what goes on in their community. The council manager form of government was created to combat corruption and provide for the professional management of local governments. In the council manager form, the people elect the council, including a mayor, and they collectively create a vision for the community and set policy. The council then hires a non-political professional manager based on experience and credentials who implements the council's policy and delivers services equitably. The manager remains accountable to the council because if at any time the council decides that person is ineffective, they can vote to replace the manager. Having the entire elected council setting policy makes it difficult for special interest groups to influence policy. But the council manager form of government isn't just about curtailing corruption. It's about managing services in ways that get better results. An IBM report found that council manager cities are nearly 10% more efficient than mayor-council cities. Historically, nearly 2/3 of U.S. municipalities with Moody's AAA bond ratings are council manager, as are the majority of all America's city award recipients. So visit icma.org today to learn more about how your community can adopt or retain the council manager form of government.
So as you can tell there, that's geared more towards the city. So it's not the mayor, council form of government as much as that's kind of combined. And I would say that the way that's actually playing out right now is we have a point of contact system where one commissioner oversees several departments and boards. This is where I see the issue is there's one commissioner that's telling people what to do for a department, for a board, and that's causing some of these issues that we saw in that video. And so instead, having 3 people that are overseeing one person, that one person that's able to help manage all of those people, that helps with any sort of management type issues that we come up that need to be addressed quickly, and gives that layer that takes politics out of what's actually happening within county services and county government. So continuing to move along here. So specifically for our situation, what will the county manager do? It liberates each commissioner's calendar, allowing them to better hear and serve the public, spend greater time gaining expertise and resources, fight for the county at regional and state levels, and focus on long-term goals and results, as opposed to being bogged down into what's happening right here, facing the things that are in the windshield as opposed to looking out to what's the future of the county and what are the big issues that we need to face. This creates consistency in the county through implementing processes, having a focus on performing operations and carrying out the board's strategies. So the board creates strategies, then delegates that down to a county manager. If the public disagrees with what the board has to say about those strategies, that's where the public has their influence. We want the strategies to change, and the commissioners say, okay, we agree, we want those strategies to change, county manager, make it happen. They serve the board, county employees, and citizens as a reliable resource for unbiased information, departmental direction, staff support, action, and accountability. They build trust between the county and its stakeholders through clear and consistent communications. They serve as the sole point of contact for BOCC and all its department heads, which increases efficiency and effectivity of deliverables. How would this look like as far as implementing it here in the county? We create an administrative department that houses the county manager, director of finance and HR, and an executive assistant. The other piece that's very important here is that the BOCC adopts a BOCC and county manager policy manual, which includes clear duties and responsibilities of each party and a calendar of review dates for various deliverables. So, for example, I have a policy that started here that is mostly written here, just needs some minor details figured out. And that says exactly what is a BOCC, what do commissioners do individually, what do they do as a BOCC, where their line is, what the county manager is supposed to be doing, and where their line is. And so this includes like the code of conduct for the BOCC. This includes the code of conduct or what the county manager should be doing or should not be doing. And so it's very clear this is exactly the types of powers that each side has. This is something that hasn't existed previously and really will clean up exactly how this is going to work in actuality. So, and then after that, after we get these sorts of things figured out, then we schedule several workshops between the BOCC and county manager to develop short and long-term goals. So that's where we get those strategies in place, where we're not just focused on what's happening right now, but actually looking out to what's best for Custer County moving forward, big strategies. The county manager then works with departments to develop their short and long-term goals, things that the county manager doesn't, or the BOCC doesn't need to be spending their time on, because they can be going out, getting resources, using their title to actually represent us at regional, state levels to help everything continue to work smoothly at the local level. And at the end of the day, just perform effectively, efficiently, and exceptionally. So one of the things that, as we've gone through these workshops, as I've heard public concern, I've figured this kind of down into 6 different areas, what the public has expressed their concern about. The first is excessive government. It's a slippery slope. We're going to end up putting a bunch of middle management in, things like that. County manager does not answer directly to the public. That's another one that I've heard. Commissioners could be doing the work instead. Financial costs to the county. There's already competent help working for the county and a steep learning curve for a new person. So these are all the things that I've heard as we were discussing in the workshops that we had over the last 8 months or so. So let's talk about those real quick. Excessive government, slippery slope. This is only true if the BOCC allows it to happen and the public doesn't respond. So at any point in time, if the BOCC says, yeah, go ahead, county manager, put in another extra 10 employees, then that's the public's time to say, hey, why do we need 10 more employees? And have actual answers to why we would be doing something like that. So only true if the BOCC allows it and the public doesn't respond. My personal philosophy is streamlining things to the best of our ability. So less bureaucracy and making efficient and exceptional services for all of our county's citizens. Second one, county manager does not answer directly to the public. That's absolutely true. Neither do department heads, the maintenance man, or any other employee. It's up to the BOCC to hold the county personnel accountable. And this can be done more efficiently and effectively if that's one person they're holding accountable versus 19 or more boards and people, department heads. So again, creating this document that outlines exactly what the county manager is supposed to be doing, which includes a schedule at the back of the different areas that the county manager would report. So there would be quarterly policies that are listed in here that the county manager would say, this is what I've done to meet those. The BOCC would go through that. They'd say, okay, yes, you did this one. You didn't really do this one. At the end of the day, every quarter, they're grading the county manager on whether or not things are actually happening. Number 3 is the commissioners could be doing the work instead. This is also true, but it's not happening. So they're pulled in so many different directions that it isn't happening in all actuality. Their time, I believe, is more valuable serving the county and its citizens in a way that others can't. They're no longer spending their day on maintenance issues or personnel squabbles. They're using their title and their capacity to be able to listen to the citizens, to go to regional, to spend days having coffee with the citizens, to have rallies here in town, to be able to focus on gathering resources and information, to get policies pushed through, to be able to go to regional, to be able to go to state in order to allow us to be represented in some way. Because we need that representation as a small county. We need somebody that's up there fighting for us and not fighting in here all the time. The financial cost of the county, after wage increases, and I'll go into the actual numbers here in a second, but after wage increases, this will save the county up to $57,000 of what was budgeted this year. And I'll explain what that looks like, but those savings will continue to increase as through efficiencies that the position will create, focusing on seeking alternative revenue sources. So that's a place where we don't currently have somebody that's focused on getting grants or other revenue sources, and allowing greater time to focus on overall strategy. It's a lot easier to save money when we're talking about fleet strategy, for example, for all county vehicles, as opposed to fixing every little thing that comes in the door and slapping Band-Aids on it. It adds up quick when we're just dealing with the things in our windshield, as opposed to having some sort of overarching strategy of how do we get sheriff vehicles on a 5 or 6 year cycle that we're trading out new vehicles, trading out old vehicles for new vehicles, things like that. So there's already competent help working for the county. That's another concern that's been put out there, and I completely agree. Unfortunately, this help is held back by the current administrative structure. And lastly, it's a steep learning curve for a new person, and I completely agree with this too. The county needs someone that's intimately involved with how things work in our county, not from the city or some other state. So I talked about the financial impact a little bit there. Here is what that actually looks like with those numbers. So it's a little convoluted, but I wanted to be able to show you exactly what's going on here. And as you can see there on the left, you have the position, county manager, director of finance and HR, an executive assistant, and assistant director of finance and HR. The reason I have these 4 listed is because these are the positions that would be affected by this change and moving those positions around. So current actual, we aren't paying anything for a county manager because we don't have one. Current cost to the county actual is what is including fringe benefits, things like that. So retirement, Social Security, Medicare, and health insurance would be the last one there. So you look at that current actual versus the current cost to county actual, you see the numbers that are involved. We come out with a total of $182,000, $182,470 as the current cost to county actual with these 4 positions. What we budgeted for this year is actually a current cost of the county of $283,892. Structuring it this way, as opposed to what originally was discussed as adding a county manager on top of these, would And this, the reason there's a range there is because since we don't have a BOCC admin assistant and what we would be calling an executive assistant in this structure, that person would fluctuate depending on if they choose to have all their insurance or not. So that could be a $17,000 swing. That's how much the county pays to help employees with their health insurance. So looking at that, it's going to cost anywhere from $226,000 to $244,000. So just based on what's budgeted right now and what this proposal is, we have up to a $57,000 savings in this new structure. And since I brought this forward, and this is how I brought it forward, is that I felt like I was a good solution to be a county manager. Because I did that, I wanted to give that here as well. That way you guys can see exactly what was given in that executive session. So why me? First of all, I grew up here and I know the area and the people. I graduated from Custer County High School. I moved away for a little while and went to college and then decided I wanted to come back and be part of my community. And did a little bit of work, some odd jobs and different things like that before coming to work for the county, but felt like this was a good place for me to be able to help in the county as the director of finance and HR. During that time, I've been a reliable employee and colleague with an ever-growing knowledge of county functions and responsibilities. I currently perform most of the essential job functions of the county manager position. The only thing that I'm not doing right now is managing some of those employees and helping with the overarching strategy and being able to enact that. That's kind of this push and pull that I'm in with HR, dealing with HR issues that are management related that I can't actually address because of that. I can better serve the county through the increased management responsibilities and focus on strategy implementation. My passion at the end of the day is in leadership and management. Again, so specifically, what are some of the things that I've done? Some of the things that I've proven myself in during my tenure. I took on the finance HR position with little direction and onboarding. We performed a financial software conversion. We implemented a pay period shift. So instead of getting paid, we put a period in there where instead of guessing on how much people were going to be getting paid and then making calculations for that after we paid them to go on the next month when we guessed again, we were able to straighten that up to where it's actually people getting paid for what they work. So that was a big task, trying to get that shifted here. Creating a new budget structure that's a little easier to read, that people can see, especially from the public, and understand what's going on with our budget. And then strategically analyzing our fund balances. That's something that there hasn't been a lot of talk of, is how much money does the county have and what are we doing strategically with that? Are we actually spending that on the services that we need to for the public, or are we hoarding it away, or are we spending too much? These are all the questions that weren't really answered, and now we have a strategy on how to address some of those things. And the second big piece here, outside of the finance side, would be implementing policies and procedures for the county with an emphasis on creating a better environment for its employees. And some of the ways that we've done that is establishing the 4-day work week, building teams and committees to address employees' needs. So we have groups of employees that are speaking into what employees need, and then creating and distributing a satisfaction survey for all of our employees. That way they have a voice in some of the things that they're needing at their levels, so they can perform their job the best, so they can give you the best services possible. Writing, collaborating to form a new employee handbook. That's something that was adopted in 2018, and it was taken from a city. I think it was taken from Larimer County or something. It was a large county, so it's never quite fit. And so trying to get that to where it's actually something that works for Custer County and its employees, getting that developed, and hopefully next week we'll have some time to discuss that and get that adopted. And lastly, something that happened this last week is developing an office movement plan to better use our current space. It's no secret that things here in the county we don't have a lot of space, we don't have maybe the best facilities, but how do we best use the space that we do have? And so that's leading to some movements that will be happening, which should help with public being able to attend BOCC meetings, as that will be moved over to what's now called the administration building, currently the BSO annex, and having administrators, so having finance over there, having space for commissioners to actually have a desk that's separate from a meeting room and do some things like that. As well as getting, personally, I'm in a jail cell over in the Rock House over here, so I have a little stake in the game trying to get out of my little cell into some place that's really better for actually handling HR issues and being able to meet with people in a confidential setting, and that way they're comfortable to share any issues that they have going on. So in conclusion, what are kind of the main takeaways here? I believe the county manager addresses all the challenges that the county is currently facing, as well as the issues for the public. The concerns that have been rightly expressed previously can be addressed through some policy adoption and education. Making this move will save the county nearly $57,000 this year, and even more as efficiencies increase. The possibilities of what the BOCC can accomplish once it is relieved of the administrative monotony is extremely exciting and a more valuable use of their time, status, and duty to the public. And given my professional accomplishments, current experience, and relationships within the county, I believe that I'm the best choice for this position. And of course, that will be up to the BOCC to decide. But I appreciate your time and listening to this presentation, and just wanted to make sure that you got exactly what and I added some to this, but did not take away from what I did give to the BOCC in that executive session last week. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Next item that we have on our agenda is the consideration of resolution 23. That was just a presentation. I don't know if you're up for questions or. Yeah.
I think so. Just to be clear and hopefully efficient with this, I'd be happy to answer any questions that have to do with the presentation itself. And if you have your opinions on that, I think you'll have a chance to do that here in this next item of business.
Yes.
Correct? So any questions on the presentation itself? I'll clarify.
I have one question. Yeah. This association, County Managers Association, is that like the clerks, county clerks association? Are you a dues? Do you become a dues paying member? Would you be held to our Secretary of State? What is this association?
It's just a membership organization, so an association of other people in that position to be able to bounce ideas off each other or use them for resources to help things here. So it would be just something like a cattlemen's association or something like that, not necessarily answering to a higher, but being part of a membership where you can go to for resources.
Okay, and then where are they located? Where's their headquarters?
That's a good question. I'm not sure where they're at. I know there's a Colorado specific one, so there's a CCMA, and we're not, as if the county manager position or something would be created, it would not be necessary. We wouldn't have to be part of that association. It would just be something that if we did pay dues into, we might have some extra resources that we could get from that. I haven't done a lot of research into the associations themselves to see what resources they have available. What I have been doing is working with CTSI as well as with DOLA, Department of Local Affairs, and talking with them about what a county manager could do. Those are places that we're already involved with. You wouldn't need to pay dues for what we do for CTSI already. And they've got a lot of resources already. So it's not necessarily something we have to pay extra dues to get more resources. I certainly want to make sure we use all the resources we currently have available.
And so your presentation, a lot of the information came from this association?
Just that video. Everything else is something that I created. Thank you.
I two questions. One, you said that we, the people, do not elect you.
Yeah, let's.
So
Okay, hold on one
what
second.
satisfies-
We had a request to get a mic on people speaking so that everybody can hear. And I can either,
And will that reach over?
I think I can move this mic over and we'll share.
I never needed to, if that's, we're gonna go under.
So come on over here and talk into the mic. I asked Brendan to come back here.
So since we don't have a say, what if we're happy with the job you're doing? How do we get you fired?
The commissioners, you make sure that the commissioners know that you're unsatisfied with the job I'm doing. So if I were to be elected to this, or appointed to this position, so it's gonna come down to those report cards at that time, and I would suggest that's when the public would come in and say something, is depending on what the report card is actually about, coming in and saying, you know what, we're talking about fiscal conservancy here, and I saw him driving around in a new truck and handing out $100 bills. Something needs to be done. That might be something that they didn't see, but that's something that you can bring forward at that point in time. And that's where the commissioners, listening to the public and having more of an opportunity to listen to the public, would be able to say, what's going on? Ask the question. If I don't have a good answer for it, then they should can be right there.
My second question is, why isn't the position open for others to
Don't
apply
press
for
on,
it?
don't press on, yeah.
You can just talk into it. Just
I
hold it.
didn't realize that's pressing.
No, it's good. You mute it when you press on it.
Oh, really? Okay. Why isn't the job position open for people to apply for it than just you get it?
Yeah, great question. That's exactly how I would like to have seen this go. This is something that, since we've been talking about this for so many months, it didn't seem like any headway was going, and that was something that was affecting my job. And so I felt it was necessary at that point to bring it up as an executive session, because since I'm doing most of the job anyway, and the parts of the job that I was not able to do I would be able to do by having this position. So that's why I presented it in the way that I did. I would like to see this opened up, and I think that's something that we'll be discussing here in this next resolution. Because since we've been able to at least get it out on the table where we can have a conversation about it, that's something we'll be doing, is opening it up to the public to be able to apply for it, because I think that this is the best structure, whether I'm in this position or not.
I don't need the microphone. Peggy Collins again. Great, excellent presentation. I'm totally sold on county manager now, but we would need to have the commissioners go to a volunteer status because they're not doing what they're supposed to do. And by the way, we have come to them and voiced our concerns. Doesn't matter.
And Becky, one thing I might say that one thing I might ask, I don't know if Ann might be able to speak to this, but the way I understand it, is that it is per statute that the commissioners get paid what they do. I don't know if there's anything around that or not, but just so you know.
Yeah, I don't know that, there's a whole lot of, I suppose the commissioner could waive his pay, or her pay, but by statute, it's not, it can't be a volunteer position, automatically, certainly. Thanks.
Hi, my name is Anthony Wheeler.
Speak loud.
Hi, my name is Anthony Wheeler. So my question to you is, did you do this proposal on county time?
No, I did not.
Okay. Did the county commissioners come to you and say they were overwhelmed?
There have been times where they have come and they're expressed frustration.
I'll ask them. Well, did you ever go to him and say you were overwhelmed?
No.
You needed a county manager? How about you, Mr. Davis?
I have voiced frustration with being able to work through things. Yes, sir.
How about you, Mr. Flower?
There have been occasions when I have gone to Braden and asked for his help, and we just could not get the work done, yes.
Is that part of his job description?
Helping the county commissioners.
Yes.
Or
In which way? I mean, he has a scope of practice based on his job description, doesn't he? Because he admitted earlier that he operated outside of his scope, because he said he did jobs that he thought needed to be done.
I'm sure that's true, yes.
Yeah, so he did work outside of his scope. So he also said, took it upon himself to say, I want to redefine everybody's position here in this room.
Good question.
Yeah, the question is what gives you the authority to do that?
I don't, I just wanted to, I think there have been questions as to what commissioners should be doing. It was something that was expressed that, what a county manager would be held to. And so I put together a document that needs to be approved by the BOCC, and that would have public comments for them to be able to speak into that. That way we could better know where the lines are and everything.
It sounded to me like you had the answers for everything. You were it. And my question is, why do you think you have the answers for everything? If you want to do the work of these three people, now in management, there's a thing called span of control, right? That would be outside of a normal span of control. We've already got three people doing the job. We don't need another. Thank you.
Okay. And if I could ask, again, these questions will be in regards to the presentation. There'll be an opportunity to speak to the other here in just a moment. So at this time, we're on the presentation part. So if you have questions about that, now is the time for that. In a minute here, we'll get to the other, and everyone will have a chance to voice your opinion. I promise you that.
I might share.
Well, I have a question. I'm sorry.
Step up.
Well, this gentleman's.
Yeah.
A former commissioner, don't stay while I'm talking. I'm Joni Liebman, and some of you may know me. I've been writing grants for the county for recycling since 2009 when we first got cardboard recycling going here. And then I got plastic recycling going out to do fitness, which sadly we just lost, not because we didn't try to keep it. But I have been going to county commissioner's office meetings, including with Mr. Shy and Ada Berry and Jim Austin, going way back, writing grants, working with Donna Hobby, who I think was your predecessor. And because of the overwork, I actually participated in the audits, meeting with the auditors in the basement, because Donna needed a second hand. And I was the liaison with the state for all these grants. But I'm a volunteer. I put on tons of work. In my time, and this is my question, I have worked with 7 or 8 BOCC administrative assistants that I can remember. There might have been more. They come, they're doing great, they're enthusiastic, and they leave. Most of them aren't on the job for a year. My question is, would a county manager help solve that situation?
Yes, because, and the reason, that's one of the reasons that this kind of came to the forefront here sooner rather than later, is because we just lost our last BOCC admin assistant. It seemed like maybe now is the time to look at that administrative structure, which I believe there's a lot of stress on that person specifically from 3 different commissioners coming in and trying to say, this is what I want you to do. And then not necessarily having a platform for that person to get a directive from all 3 and move forward that way. So in this new structure, it would be the county manager is the only person that the BOCC oversees. And the reason why there would be an executive assistant, which would essentially take the place of that BOCC admin, would be to help with some of those day-to-day administrative things for the county manager. So commissioners would come in and say, hey, I want this on the schedule. They would always go through a manager, so there's one line of communication. That manager would then let the administrative assistant know, delegate it if he or she so chooses, or do it themselves. But that takes away from 19 plus departments and boards that needing to figure out who am I supposed to listen to? What's a board directive versus what's this person's directive?
So the one thing I kept hearing or seeing or observing was each administrative assistant that came in was recreating a system that had never been established. And it was overwhelming. So if that could be awarded and there's if that position could make it consistent, no matter who's elected, whether they're short-term, long-term, whatever, recalled, as this gentleman said, doesn't matter. The county manager will be consistent for the employees with how things work.
And that would be all based on whatever the BOCC implements as a strategy. So that would be the guiding light at the end of the day.
But not changing with each election.
Correct.
Thank you.
I have two questions. One, I thought I was good at math, but I got lost on that page of how we're actually going to save money by spending more. So maybe you could go through that again to clarify for me.
Thank you.
But, I'm Janine Custer, I'm sorry. And then my second part of that is, what I'm hearing is, I think what I'm hearing is that you're doing most of what the county manager would do anyway, except you don't have necessarily the authority to do it. And it would simplify your job if you had that authority. So are we like going to be getting rid of this human resource position that you have now and replacing it with a county manager? Because then I don't see a zero on the end of the line there where that position is being removed.
Yeah, great question, Janine, thank you. So right now, the way this is set up is we have a director of finance and HR. There's a BOCC admin assistant that says executive assistant here. And that's actually something we voted on to call the BOCC admin assistant if it continues to go that way anyway. And then the assistant director of finance and HR. And so currently we have a director and assistant director. What would happen is that me as the director of finance and HR would move into the county manager position. The assistant director of finance and HR would move into the director of finance and HR position, which would then have a different job description. And so instead of dealing with budgets and overarching strategies, some of the policies and things like that I've been doing, that would continue on the county manager side, because that makes more sense as an overarching thing to be talking about. And the assistant director of finance and HR would be more involved with the accounts payable, making sure the checks and bills get out, and then also with payroll. So those would be two of the big job description things for that new director of finance position. Meanwhile, the HR needs to be separated from the county manager because there needs to be an unbiased person that if the county manager isn't doing their job and the department head or any employee has an issue with that, they can go to that HR person, the director of finance and HR in this case, and bring it to the BOCC. That way they know what's going on. So that's kind of the checks and balances there.
How many employees are we talking about, all of this whole big package?
3.
No, I mean that are being managed.
Employees that are being managed.
Yeah.
It would be those department heads. And so that's not quite 19 because that includes boards as well. That's something like 10 people. That also includes custodians and maintenance people. So it might be more around that 12 or 14 number for the number of people that they oversee.
Okay, so the way it's set up right now, these guys divvy that up and each of them is in charge of part of them?
Yeah.
And is that the way we've been doing it forever? So why do we have these personnel problems now? I mean, I don't understand. Are we harder to get along with or what?
Yeah. I think there's certainly a case that could be made for that. Yeah, I think that what it comes down to is people overstepping their lanes. There's commissioners that are going to people that aren't their points of contact. They're doing things that weren't assigned to them, and those are issues that we're facing. Those are issues that I'm facing as an HR director that I can't do anything about because there's nothing that I can do to an elected official. That's only something that the public can do. So this takes them out of that equation. This allows me to be able to be the only one that has to put up habitat. And
Well,
then
what I'm hearing, Braden, is that you have an idea of this manual to put together of what everybody's position is and who they refer to and what they're supposed to do and all of that. That sounds awesome. Every company should have that. Everybody should have that. So there's no question. Somebody isn't doing it right, you can say, right there, it isn't right. And so I'm all in favor of that, but I don't know that we have to have, change everything else just in that book.
Yeah,
Let me address
That's
that.
right.
yeah, I appreciate that. And I think the only reason that I put it this way is because it doesn't seem like the other things working or is happening. This is the alternative to what's been going on. So that's just my best answer for it at this point. And then you did ask about the numbers, so I just wanted to go over that real quick. So how is it saving money? If you can look at that current budget and the current cost of the county budget, those are the two columns in the middle. At the bottom, you'll see the bold number, 283,000, and then the proposed cost to the county. So when we're talking about the budget, we're saving money. This is what has been budgeted for this year, we're saving money. This is what's been approved. When we're looking at the current cost of the county actual, it's gonna cost anywhere from $40,000 to $60,000 more, depending on if that person takes insurance, the executive assistant. So there is a cost. There is a cost in that way, but based on how we originally had budgeted this out for a structure, for adding another position altogether, this saves us, something like $57,000 based on what we had originally said.
Okay, so over what we spent last year, it's an increase, but over what was proposed, it's a decrease.
Correct.
Hello. Joking.
Just a couple of comments on the
Step by the
presentation. My name is Bill Parker. I was hoping I wouldn't need a microphone if I spoke up. But
Speak up even with the mic.
I've worked in government early in my life, and in fact, was in charge of the budget as part of my duties. And every time somebody told me, we're gonna add something, but we're gonna save money, it raises a big red flag. It just doesn't happen. And the second thing is, in your comments about the benefits of a county manager, why you're the best person for the job. I've never met you, maybe, I don't know. But one of the bullet points was having a county manager and you being the best person for the job is going to solve all of the issues in the county. That was your first bullet point. I think that's pretty naive, quite frankly. And it probably shouldn't have been on there. Just a piece of advice. I appreciate you.
Remember, keep it focused on the act, because we're gonna go through and you'll have a lot of time to nitpick other things, but we're focusing on the.
Questions?
Yeah.
So in your experience, how many people can you manage? What is the best span of control one person can manage?
In my experience, I've managed 8 people.
8 people. So in my experience, I was on the fire department. So span of control is a big deal. It was no more than 7. That's what they gave up with the county chief, 7 stations to manage. And you just said it was gonna be over 10 for you. And you also made statements about how employees were doing things they weren't supposed to do. And I asked you if you did that, and you actually stated that earlier, and I asked you if you did that, and you agreed. Doesn't seem like you're the best person to the job to me.
Can you clarify that, sir? What, when you say employees doing what they're not supposed to?
Yeah, that's supposed to be outside your scope. You wouldn't do other jobs, you admitted to that, but you just saw they needed to be done.
Right.
So it was outside your scope, and then you said that's one of the problems with all the employees are doing that.
No, that's the
They
problem with
did
the
that.
elected officials, so that's what I'm saying. The elected officials are going outside of their lane for things that, for example, when I'm asked to put out an email to some organizations, and then an elected official does that in a way that's not acceptable, that's something that I'm saying that causes things to be a little bit more clunky.
Yeah, at least the county official that's elected or elected, as they're trying to say, at least we can recall them, but we can't recall them too.
Can you go back and clarify that?
Hold on. Kevin, can we maybe just go to?
I think we'll go ahead and move on to the
No, I have
next.
one question about the presentation, Brian Thompson. Go back to the part you did real quick.
I can't hear him.
Better get on the mic. Come on up to the mic.
This will be our last question.
Yeah.
Bob has one.
I have a question.
Everybody should be heard. Just could you go back to the part of the presentation with the timeline with Commissioner Candace, committee that was supposed to give results? And it got a little confusing for me there as to why we didn't wait for that, why you didn't wait, and what the hurry was to move forward.
Thank you. Yeah,
Yeah.
great question. I think for me personally, again, these were issues that were affecting my everyday job. And so it got to a point when at first I was very eager to hear what that team had to say. That was supposed to be presented in February or March. And then that got postponed a little bit. And there really wasn't a definite time until more recently that there would be another presentation at the end of July. And to be frank, I wasn't sure if we were going to get it or if it would just keep getting pushed down the road. So that's why I decided to go ahead and put something forward.
You have a
And it's
question
crazy idea that, the government should work efficiently.
in regards to the presentation? Okay. Go ahead, sir.
My name is Bob Silverhoff. I do have a question. With your comparison, you showed that there was very little or none as far as money is concerned in the first and the second year. Where is the money coming from for the first year? I understand it's a grant. Is that where some of the money is coming from?
No, that's not true. This is
Okay,
just,
I'm not saying it, I'm asking the question, I'm not saying it's true or false. I don't know, I'm asking the question.
right, yeah, no, that's just money that the county has budgeted currently.
Okay. Has the county, or have you or the commissioners on this presentation ever requested money from the government in the form of a grant or any other?
In regards to this position or in regards to anything?
For the community for this position?
Yeah, I did reach out to Department of Local Affairs to discuss what this could look like. Given that the vote was a 2-1, they did not believe that this would be something they would be able to fund. And so that was something we won't be able to get 75% of the first year paid, 50% of the second year, and 25% of the third year. But I did ask if there's anything else that was available in place of that to help make this a better value for the county. And they were very hopeful about some infrastructure grants that we would be able to be qualified for.
Okay, thank you for that. Question, have any of you, commissioners or yourself, requested anything, any comments from any elected official that this is what they wanted to see to go forward within our county?
Other elected officials within the building?
Any elected officials. Have you ever gotten any inquiries from them saying that this is what we need, something in writing from them?
Kind of out of the scope of the presentation, but yeah, I'll answer that. Yes, I have been in contact with different elected officials in this building that are in favor of this. They see it as a way to move forward, yes.
Okay, then as far as the elected officials are concerned, you as commissioners and yourself, right? You feel as though this is something that's really needed, that the people in charge right now, the elected officials, maybe are not doing their job?
Say that one more time, I'm sorry.
Okay, county commissioners.
Are you asking us? I thought you were talking to Braden, I'm sorry. You're asking us?
No, yes, Brandon.
Brandon, right?
Oh.
Could you restate your question?
Help. I guess I'll just.
Based on him,
Pardon?
based on him putting this together on his own and coming forward, does he feel that the elected officials?
Yeah, you feel that the elected officials all are in favor of doing this new job?
I can't say all, because I haven't talked to all of the elected officials, but I have talked to many of the elected officials, and they seem to be in favor of it. Easy for me to say from one up here. But in addition to that, I do think that this will allow specifically the BOCC, I'm not saying they're not doing their job, and I'm certainly not saying any of the elected officials aren't doing their job. I'm saying that in doing this, it allows them to perform their job better, given their title and given the time that they can use to be listening to the public, specifically gathering resources and then taking our issues to regional and state levels or national levels.
Okay. So have they given you anything in writing or asking for additional help within their lane? The elected official, the county clerk, the treasurer, and so on, the assessor's office, are they asking you folks for more help than what they presently have?
I wouldn't say specifically, I would say that there have been HR issues that involve elected officials that, based on other elected officials being involved with that, have not worked out well. And so this would help create that buffer as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, folks. I really do appreciate your time.
Okay, at this time, I think we'll move on to our next item on the agenda. And that is the consideration of the resolution number 23-05, appointing a county manager.
Okay, I've got the mic for this one now. I put that here.
You put it where, whatever works for you.
I'm gonna pick it up here in a second.
Here.
Okay, you're gonna get a chance to have public comment. I'm gonna introduce it this way. Got a few points to make, and I do want to address some of the things that Brady brought up. Procedurally, it's the procedural discussion, and then we'll get into the motion or the consideration of what's on the agenda. So I'm gonna start off this way. Can everybody hear me? Can you hear me, Chuck?
Thank you.
Okay, so I'll keep it this way and remind me if I get weak to speak up. So first of all, we all need to know that there's an oath of office to support and defend the Constitution of the United States that we all sign up to as elected officials. Okay, first and foremost, it's important to be on the table, both military and elected officials. I've personally been under oath to support and defend the Constitution for 50 years, and still am because I'm a retired officer and it never goes away. Additionally, I took another oath again when I became a commissioner to support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of Colorado. And I bring that up because the authority and responsibility vested by the people, you all, to manage and all business affairs of the county lie in that Constitution. And it happens to be resident in the powers of the board right here, which is found in county or Colorado Revised Statutes 30-11-107. It's got several subparagraphs and that apply to this. And in fact, I researched this as the other commissioners. They have the same document. And subparagraph 1 specifically addresses appointing a county manager, believe it or not. And we have the authority to do that. We have the authority to appoint a manager for finance. We have the authority to appoint many other unelected officials if we want to. We have that power. What the smarter do is another story. And what we did brings it absolutely right when he said people were stepping out of their lanes. We do have an org chart that's set up by that same county resolution. Whoops, got to hold the mic in the right place. That is, and we signed up to not only because our responsibility to just Our main responsibility is to, and we have the authority and responsibility to make the laws, make writing all the policies that are necessary, those kinds of things. But are you all invested in us? We work for you. I don't work for the government, neither does Tom, neither does Kevin. But that's a fact. And so we have that power, and we need to listen to you all. And we do that, and we have each of us handle that differently. We talk to the people, we understand what you need, and we represent you in these kinds of discussions. And we are lucky to have a board that makes sure we give you ample opportunity before a meeting and after a meeting to get your public comments in, as well as during the resolutions, which we're going to address today. There is a consideration to do both the county manager position and install Braden into it. And we'll get into that in a bit. So, given that, rule of law matters to me, and I get upset, and I was really upset when we weren't exactly following the Constitution of Colorado when we did the executive session. I'm gonna bring that up just because it's important for you to understand that we try to do our best, and what you can't do, doing your best, is to sort of short circuit the rule of law. We tend to do that in little communities because we know each other. Well, we don't need to do this necessarily this way, let's do it this way, we'll short circuit the process maybe. And so this executive session in particular, I looked at on Thursday, it's not even a week ago. That was sort of a dark day in my view for the rule of law in Custer County. That's because that's what I'm accountable for directly right now. You can talk about the United States later. But anyway, this executive session was, I'm going to call it inappropriate. Other advisors in our CTSI insurance company uses the word it was illegal. Well, may or may not be. But my view, this is Canada speaking, personally, that the executive session was inappropriate. It was not a personnel issue in the classic sense. Personnel issues, you got a promotion you want to discuss or something like that, that's legit. Or you got a complaint you got to address, personnel. Or you're negotiating a contract and you want to keep it confidential, so you also have legal issues that you have an executive session for. Well, if you take a hard look at what we did, the discussion really actually are occurring now. It should have occurred in public. And because it does matter. And so I think there's several actions that, and discussions that should be on. And I appreciate Braden what he did. He brought things forward, and they're good questions to ask. You started to ask them, and you'll have an opportunity to continue. But why the rush? That was a good one. And why did we call a personnel action when we could have? And I'm guilty. I should have not allowed it to go forward. We voted to go into an executive session. And I personally was very surprised when we got the chart that says county manager. I thought we were talking about a motion for Braden. And I know Kevin did his best to try to tell me, he told me right before that happened, on that night, that they were going to add this to the agenda that we talked about for a promotion. Well, and we've been reorganizing the offices, and he said we're going to have an administrative reorg. So it's important for you to hear the exact words so that we're not messing around. The agenda from last week is here, and it states clearly that it's an executive session for a personnel matter. Okay, that's fine, I'm good with that. And in fact, I voted to go to the executive session. At the end of the executive session, it wasn't clear what we were going to talk about, but it said consideration of employee promotions and administrative reorganization. Still, not, from my point of view, really what we were going to discuss and what we did discuss. So therefore, here's what I see. Right now, there's some actions that are taken after the session that were out of line. And that, I got three of them. One is the action to establish a county manager position should be done by resolution. That's by statute, that's by law, that's by the Colorado Constitution. And that is what we're here to correct. And we've got Dan who did put together that resolution. However, we haven't really decided the authorities yet of what that means.
I think we need to decide what authorities, Braden mentioned this. The county manager will have, we need to fully develop the job description. All we did in November was take the job description from Fremont County and we picked and chose things in and out of it to kind of customize it. But we never did truly agree the authorities were right or wrong, or whether they were smart. And Braden sort of picked some on his own, presented it, which has me really want to ask Braden. And I've heard some of your answers is why the rush and why not step into it? Why don't we have a transitional plan? You just don't pass it and then poof. As a matter of fact, it happened that day. Now, Braden, you're in charge, get the agenda together. Well, wait a minute, we got transition, we got to do some things. So we need to decide those authorities and fully develop the job description aimed at Custer County and adopt it if we're going to do that. Third and last, you need to decide who to hire, how to hire, advise, advertise for our county personnel policy. By the way, we have a policy that recommends a 5-day advertisement in the county. That's what we normally follow. And even if it doesn't say you must follow, it says you should follow or whatever. The attorneys that care about protecting us from doing dumb things and getting sued say advertise, you got anything to lose. If Braden's the right guy, he'll come to the top. And from my point of view, we owe it to you to have the right guy in a position that costs this much money and get the right guy that has some experience kind of managing. There's probably a bunch of them out there that are semi-retired would love to have a part-time job being a county manager because there's only, what, half of 40 people at the most that each the three of us divide up in our lanes, which is another point to make. We, this board, this current board, signed an agreement to actually manage. There's the third part of the commissioner's job, not just have the authority and the responsibility, is to manage the people for the county. The employees work for you. We have the privilege as commissioners to manage them. And as Braden pointed out, in my world, it's pretty simple. If there's a personnel issue that needed to have a policy for a handbook, that belongs to Kevin Day. Because Braden works for Kevin. And all Braden needs to do is say, okay, I'm gonna do that, and I'll bring it to Kevin if he needs any help to do anything. And it needs to go to the board. The CEO of the company then is the board, in my opinion. Commissioner, can you bring it forward to adopt a policy that the expertise of the people here should have? Also, I found out recently, we don't have all our billets. We got some unfilled billets. If we need more billet people to be filled, why are we operating without all of them? And look, we need to add those different people into positions to help Braden and build a policy. I don't know. But he needs a workforce to put those policies together, as does the zoning board or as does the other people that we would have under each of the commissioners. So there is a structure together, and that is what the team that we put together had an agreement to do, as you heard Braden state, into this month, which is 3 weeks away. So that was the point there. We need to decide that and have a separate meeting, maybe it's workshops or whatever, or maybe we do it in the next meeting to decide how we're going to fill this position. Because, by the way, we do have the power to say, Braden, you're it. I don't care what anybody else thinks. We know we're acting for you, and we think it's in your interest to do it. So therefore, what I want to do, I would move to rescind the 2 votes that were taken on 29 June, that was last week. We need to rescind those in order to have the ability to go forward with a new resolution. And that's by recommendation by the advice that we've been given and I've been given. So before we move forward, that's what I would like to do is move that we rescind the vote. The 2 votes are did in 2 stages instead of 1. And the new resolution actually combines the 2 into, and we'll discuss that in a minute. But that's the first order of business is to do that, and then we can move on from there. So that's my introduction to the next part of this, and I turn it over to.
Point of order, Mr. Chair. The motion to rescind votes is, there is no such motion. If you want to rescind the action taken by this board as a group, that would be allowable.
I misstated it. He's absolutely right.
So could you restate your motion, sir?
So I move to rescind the actions of this board on 29 June to establish the county commissioner position and county manager, I should say, and the Philip with Brady. That were the two votes that were taken.
And I would second that motion. Well spoken. I didn't know if you were going to get there or not. But
You got to make a decision with all the information you can, or it's
So-
not a good decision.
And I will open it up here for discussion. And I guess, Dan, if you want to
Yeah,
have.
Dan, I meant to point that out.
That's okay. Just a couple of quick notes. I was not present at the June 29 meeting, so everything is kind of based on what I've heard has happened. And based on the agenda, I want to address a couple of issues. First of all, there have been some suggestions that the executive session was illegal. I don't believe it was illegal. Could it have been better described? Probably, but it certainly was, I think, within the scope of discussing personnel action with respect to grading. Furthermore, just to be clear, the CTSI person that you've been talking to is not a lawyer.
No, I meant to say that. He's not a lawyer. He was a county manager. He's an insurance and making sure we're good.
And definitely he knows what he's talking about. I don't mean to suggest otherwise. Furthermore, there were some questions, I don't think you raised them, but some questions about whether we violated the Open Meetings Act in terms of the description of what the board discussed. I think that the way it was described on the agenda is defensible. I can understand the arguments otherwise. However, I think all of that's kind of moot. As Commissioner Candid has mentioned, there is a statute, and sorry, I don't mean to be nitpicky here, but we're not talking about constitutional issues, we're talking about statutory issues.
Right, which is the state constitution. Those are embedded in the statute.
Well, no.
Well, okay,
Statutory issues and constitutional issues are slightly right. But the statutes do make it very clear that you can only create the county manager position by adopting a resolution. You can't do it by a simple voice vote of the Board of County Commissioners. And it's clear that that did not occur. So I think that the action or the attempted action by the board last week is void, quite frankly, from my perspective, because the board did not follow the statute in creating the county manager position. And that then I think by definition makes the appointment of Mr. Wilson into that position void, because by definition you're appointing him into a position that didn't exist. That's not to say the board shouldn't adopt this motion that Mr. Candid has made. I'm certainly just trying to kind of put everything into perspective that essentially we are in no different position legally from my perspective than we were before that meeting last week started. I don't believe we have created a county manager position. I don't believe that we appointed Mr. Wilson into that position because again, we haven't validly done so.
Valid's a good way to put it.
And I would agree wholeheartedly with that. And I would say that the wording on that agenda falls squarely on my shoulders. And I will take full responsibility for that. I am the one that put it on there. I'm the one that put it in there in those words. And so that is entirely on me. I will state that. And I was going to speak to the executive session myself. I do not believe that executive session was illegal. The vote that took place after that, because of the wording that I put on that agenda, is invalid. And if any of us thought that executive session was illegal at that time, that is the time for us to speak up and to stop it at that point. And I give those directions when we enter into those meetings. And when we come out, I also ask the question if you believe that is so. So anytime in the future, if anyone believes that we have done something that we should not have done, it should be addressed at that time. So we're at the table right now for a minute, sir. Thank you. I will open it up here in a minute. Anything from you, sir?
Well, I appreciate you clarifying for these folks' knowledge that you do read a statement asking if there are any concerns about what was conducted in an executive session. That is by statute. You did that. None of us had any issues with that. Maybe out of ignorance, certainly was on my part. But I don't think it's fair to second guess what was and wasn't done in an executive session 4, 5, or 6 days after that has occurred. I mean, the executive session carries a lot of privilege and privacy about it for a reason. So I supported what we did in the executive session. I did not raise any objections because I didn't think we overstepped our bounds. However, as I indicated, I was ignorant to the fact of the statute that says that we should create 2 positions in county government by resolution, no more, just 2. One is a county manager, the other is a budget officer. So thank you.
And I would say we need to look at that too, Dan, because I do not believe that we have appointed by resolution a budget officer. So I think for clarity for everyone involved, that is something we need to look at doing, because I don't believe that has ever happened.
That's true.
And
Well, can I respond to
you
that,
may.
sir? Yeah, you bring up a good point. I think one of the reasons this never happened is we've never had a budget officer. One of the responsibilities we've entrusted into our finance manager was to deal with the budget. If we choose to create the position of a budget officer, then obviously we would need to do that with resolution, but that was part of the job description of the director of finance was to deal with budget.
Just to be clear, in the future, we maybe, if we're creating any kind of major position, whether it's listed in this, specifically in this statute or not, it probably wouldn't be a bad idea to do it by resolution anyway.
That's correct.
I mean, the way it's worded, it says the Office of County Manager or Administrative Assistant to the Board of County Commissioners or County Budget Officer, or any other such office as may in its judgment be required for the efficient management of the business and concerns of the county. So I think to the extent that you're creating any kind of some semi-management position within the county, you probably ought to do that by resolution just as a good practice.
Good point.
Anything else from the table?
This will be a very popular statement, but according to Robert's Rules of Order, the motion to rescind is debatable. But I don't believe public comment has any part of the motion to rescind.
Well, just so we are clear, there's nothing that requires the Board of County Commissioners necessarily follow Robert's Rules of Order in the first instance. Furthermore, there's no requirement with respect to anything other than things that are required to have public hearings, such as say liquor licenses, that there be any public comment on anything in the agenda. So really, it's up to the Board of County Commissioners as to whether you receive public comment on anything on the agenda. That said, I know it is the policy of this board to receive public comment when the public wishes to make comments. So that's really up to the 3 of you. I don't think it's a procedural issue that is mandated one way or the other. That you do or
I agree,
don't.
we would agree to give public comments.
I will open it up to the floor. Sir.
Again, my name is Bill Parker.
Come on up, Bill.
Let's please use the microphone, so.
Okay.
Say it loudly on the mic.
Don't have a lot of.
Sorry about that. Sorry. We're sitting here debating with regard to the executive session, legal versus illegal. But I think unethical better describes what happened. And I don't think we can debate that. And with all due respect to lawyers,
Not a whole lot to.
to say that a fundamental structural change in our county government is a personnel issue, and you can defend that, people wonder why lawyers are suspect. Sorry.
Thank you.
Well, I've been praying about this whole county now for 6.5 years. And
Name, give your name.
Pardon?
Name,
please.
Eric Swinson. I've been a minister for over 30 years. I've worked alongside executives, presidents, CEOs, governors, people on the Hill. Our nation is in trouble. Our county will be in trouble if we sidestep. And because there's division right now, my Bible says the house is going to fall. So the number one thing we need to do is have accountability amongst all three. Why do we not have a team of people? And I'm not a Republican, I'm not a Democrat, I'm independent. Why do we not have a team to hold all three people accountable instead of this silly notion that some one guy is going to be powering over the whole county or making decisions? In my 44 years of business, that's nonsense. Why? We shouldn't even be at this point. We are suffering as a nation, as a state, and as a county. And right now, it's got to be we, the people, who govern. That's why we have such tremendous tyranny in Washington. And I've worked up there. I understand this. We have got to implement something from all sides of this community. Everything that is important concerning a position of somebody in leadership better have some serious senior leadership background. We cannot just put people in position because they sound good, smell good, look good. That's nonsense. And if I sound a little upset, I've been praying about this stuff nonstop for months and months and years. Number one, there has to be from each commissioner vision, mission, goals. I haven't seen that. Why? Accountability team from each individual. I don't care, Democrat, Republican, Independent. There's got to be a team of people to hold things accountable as things are so close to war right now. If you don't understand the bigger global picture of shutting down America and changing this whole nation into another Argentina or something else socialized, it isn't going to work. We need to be planning how to save money and feed people. Why? Over 135 to 140 plants in this nation have already been sabotaged, burned down, or shut down. We have a corrupt government, again, because of lack of accountability. We need accountability right here. That means everybody. And we need a team of people to help these gentlemen or women that will hold them accountable as we transition. We are so close to war right now. If you are not understanding what is happening globally, what is happening nationally, we have people that want to do some things.
I'm sorry to
that will shut
interrupt,
everything
but
down.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but we need to kind of keep it on point.
On point is, we're in trouble. We need accountability.
Yes.
How we do that locally is critical. And it's one nation under God. Amen. We can't keep throwing that out.
So the motion that's on the floor that any public comment will be involved in is the motion to rescind the actions of this board on, what's the date?
29.
The 29th. So that is what, at this point, that is what we need to have our public comment limited to. Thank you.
Peggy Collins, I am an attorney, so I take what you say with it. I just want to set the record straight that before that vote was taken, I did call Mr. Slater and told him, I'm sorry, I called Mr. Slater and told him that I had a problem with the agenda item that was in executive session. And following the meeting, I sent an email to Mr. Slater and all three commissioners, telling them, in my opinion, that was void.
Thank you.
I'm Harold Frank. I'm an immigrant. I came here 29 years ago to this valley. I've been a citizen since May 15, 2007. I come from a country where politicians act like this all the time, and they have the right to do so. It's called socialism. Now, Mr. Flower, you can look at me.
You're speaking to me,
Go
sir.
ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead and make your comment.
This whole thing here, we just had July 4th. I wonder if you all know Lee Greenwood, God Bless America. Have you watched that? You know the meaning of that song and what it includes? The freedom that thousands of men and women earned with the ultimate sacrifice. The ultimate sacrifice. And he thinks, I won't forget the men who died, who gave their life for me. You know, what happened last week on June 29th is so extremely and utterly against what we stand for and how it should be, if it's law or not. You don't put a deceitful agenda up and then vote on something against the people's will. When Braden introduced his, I mean, that was a good sales pitch. I mean, a car salesman couldn't do it better. You said there was a workshop here? If you call that a workshop that these three men had here, that's laughable. The courtroom here was full, and people would not be allowed to speak. 7.5 hours we sat in here, and at the end, after almost everybody left, you let us speak. That was disgusting is an understatement. 7.5 hours. And you call that a workshop? That is a lie, Brady Wilson. There was no workshop.
Point of order, are you talking to Braden or are you talking to the commissioners? He didn't schedule a workshop.
It
You want to
doesn't matter. He
address the
said
commissioners,
there was a
you're welcome
workshop
to
down
do
here.
that.
He said there was a workshop down here.
You can't hold him accountable to 7.5 hours of workshop that he had nothing to do with. The three of us scheduled that workshop. We controlled the agenda. You're welcome to
That
speak
is-
to us.
That is very true. You
but I don't
control the
believe-
agenda. That is so true.
Thank you.
It couldn't be any truer. You control the agenda. As deceitful as it has always been. You do not include the citizens. You work for us. Dunflower, if you like it or not, you work for us. You said many times that you don't care what the citizens think. You said that numerous times, many times. You all three work for us. And you
Chairman,
pay
point of
your
order,
paychecks.
relevance. If he wants to speak to the motion to rescind, I am more than happy to listen.
And Harold, I would say the same thing, and you will have another chance to speak in just a minute. Right now, we are on the motion to rescind.
Yeah.
So
That motion
if you
is
have,
a good one.
and if you have a comment on that, make that please, and you'll have an opportunity to voice your other concerns in a minute. So right now, and I'll remind everybody again, this is on the motion to rescind, please.
All right, Mr. Day, that's correct. I like this motion, and I really feel we should rescind that.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you, County Commissioners, for your service to the county. I'm Andrew Zeller, and I want to speak in favor of this motion. And the job of the County Commissioner is hard. You're expected to know everything about everything in the county and rules and regulations. I appreciate your humility in bringing this motion to the floor and seconding it.
Thank you.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Great.
So I also just want to say that I'm in favor of the motion. It's on learning the information about the resolution, that was something that we haven't been following for any position. And as we've heard from legal counsel, hopefully we'll be doing that in the future. So I think this is the right way to go about it. I would like to see this opened up as well to a process that would allow other people to apply for this position. I'm glad we got some attention to get people to actually talk on this, because that's the one thing that I would like to see more, is instead of waiting for issues like this to come up, where everybody comes in and then has very, very passionate conversations about it, instead coming in and talking with us as well. You know, there were certainly extensions of that during the workshop or the Butcher Fest, or whatever you want to call some of those things that we had, where I had put out there that I'd love to hear what the public has to say, because right now I'm looking at it from an employee standpoint and what's best for the employees. And that's what I'm supposed to do as a director of HR. I don't know if I'm the best person for the job. I think the fact that I've been doing it made it seem right to move into that promotion position and to bring that up in an executive session. Since then, we've learned that wasn't true. And so I think we need to go about that the right way. And just since, prayer was brought up and things like that, something that has happened here in the last year is Commissioner Day has brought an invocation into the commissioner meetings, which I think is fantastic. A prayer group was started here as well to pray outside of county hours, to pray for our county, and to insinuate that there's not been some prayer going on, certainly on my behalf, for what's best for this county and our nation. Beyond that, would be certainly unfair. So I just want to put that out there as well, that we just want what's best for the county. I want what's best for the county, and so I urge a yes vote on the rescinding of this motion.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Stephen Rorick, and I'm just wondering why we're rescinding something that was void in the first place, according to the county attorney.
And I apologize, I didn't hear the exact question in that.
Yeah, what question?
So I don't think there actually was one. Do you have a question you wanted to ask?
Why are we rescinding something that he said was void in the first place?
To make sure there was no,
Public record.
I guess to take that action off of the record, to make sure there is no confusion moving forward.
Belt and suspenders.
Sir.
My name is Al Champion, and I respect your decision to rescind this order. I would also suggest that you table this entire fiasco, at least until the end of next month.
Hold the mic up. Get the mic close to your mouth. Pick it up.
table this whole thing, at least until the end of next month, since there seems to be an election coming up. The complexion of this board could change. Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, see nothing else. Did you get back on
I did.
my, any hands raised?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so I do have a motion on the floor to rescind the actions of this board on June 29th in regards to creating a county manager position and naming Braden Wilson as that county manager. Those in favor of rescinding signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. The motion carries. And so back to our actual consideration of resolution 23-05, appointing a county manager. We do have that document in front of us. I would move to table this until July 19th. That will give us adequate time to post that position, and we have an opportunity for our legal representation to be with us at that time. So that is my motion.
So just to be clear, is the motion to table this until July 19th and to also, in the interim, post the position of county manager pending a decision by the board on that resolution?
Yes, that is my motion.
Or your.
Okay.
You can provisionally post a position that does not
Just
exist.
say.
So the motion on the floor is to table this item of business until July 19th. And to post that position for 5 days as per our personnel policy, contingent upon us adopting the resolution at that time. Do I have a second?
There's two ways to approach this. I can't support that written that way, but I can support it if it means we can discuss it and fix it. Because I believe, this is a discussion before,
There you go.
let me step out of the way.
I move that you get 4 more mics.
We're at the.
Yeah.
That
So can you hear me? Is this mic on?
Maybe the film mic.
All right. What the point is, to table it is a good motion. I believe that it'll give us time to get it together and point out that we need to do it in several steps. Let's table that motion and then decide how the other thing. We need a workshop to get whether we have to decide whether we're going to post it or not. We need to vote on it. And we also need to decide the other thing that I said, which was to position what was the other thing? Oh, describe and hire it per our, like Kevin wants to do. I think we should post it and do that. That's a good thing to do. That can be done, we have to have the meeting to discuss the actual discussion to get the county manager as a motion and discuss whether we're going to do it or not. I'm not proposing anything else, right? I mean, there's other options to consider. We can get into discussion and we have a motion to table and open up a new motion on the 19th.
So, and at this point, we're not actually in discussion because I do not have a second to my motion. So, thank you for this.
So for clarification, Mr. Chair, your motion was to postpone this agenda item until July 19th, is that correct?
To table it until July 19th.
I'm sorry, I said postpone, to table this consideration of the resolution of appointing a county manager, or was the resolution to create the position of a county manager?
both of those items are in the resolution that you received from
Okay.
Mr. Slater.
And then my other question is, are you proposing with your motion that we have a special BOCC meeting on the 19th?
That is correct.
That's correct.
Okay, I'll second the motion.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded.
Hang on.
I'm sorry, I'm fine with discussion. I'm glad
All
you do
right,
it.
let me get there.
I'm just anxious. I'm tired.
All righty. Did you want to stay standing or do you want
No,
to sit down and
I'm
stand back?
tired
up?
of sitting.
All righty. So I do have a motion on the floor to table this item of business until July 19th and to post that job position contingent upon us adopting the resolution at that time. And discussion here at the table. Sir?
Is there a law?
Sorry, go ahead.
Okay. I agree that we postponed the whole thing, which was both the county manager and the hiring action until after we decide. We can have that discussion at that point, whether we want to break it apart and just change that motion at that time, or make a new motion to actually create the position and describe the things that I said. What are the powers that we're going to give that manager, and all those kinds of things need to be ironed out in a workshop after that. We decide to do it. If that's how we couch that new motion on the 19th. It gives us time to think about it now and do it properly and get comments from the public to be open. And then we can decide to go into a workshop afterwards. And then it probably requires another special meeting after that in order to work out the details of how we post or we can do it in that same meeting probably, post the position to hire if that other motion carries to create that position. So that's my piece of discussion right now.
Thank you. Yeah, be sure.
I think there's a better way to state it.
So, Mr. Chair, if I see this clearly, which I'm not sure that I do, we would not entertain a motion to post the position until after the 19th, is that correct?
Yes.
The motion is that we would go ahead and post that position contingent upon us adopting that resolution. So the job would not exist unless we adopt the resolution, but the job would be posted immediately.
After that, not, you
No,
don't mean.
the job would be posted immediately.
Oh, you want to post it now?
Yes.
Sure.
That is my motion.
So, I was making some assumptions, that was one of them, I wanted to clarify that.
Anything else from you, sir?
We can't hear Kevin unless we don't like.
He asked if there are more comments from the table before he opens it up.
So, Mr. Slater, you understand the intent here, is that correct?
Yes. And I have been in consultation with our attorney and also with CTSI, trying to make sure that I do things in the proper order and do things correctly. Again, I apologize for my actions on the 29th, and that falls squarely on my shoulders. So I would just make that comment.
Okay, I do have one last comment, and after Tom, you can make another comment.
No, go ahead.
Okay.
The only issue I see doing it that way is you post a position, people apply, and then you don't approve the position. Come on, we gotta do it in order. So that's why I would wait until we post the right, if we can do it in the same meeting, we can decide to post it immediately on the 19th. Give it time, and Braden is included in to do it correctly, so we get the best man for the job, whoever that is. If we continue to approve it or not, or woman, man or woman, I mean, for the job. So I would like to see amend that motion, Kevin, or I can't vote for it.
Thank you.
And a question for the attorney, if I may then, is there anything stopping us from considering the resolution today and then introducing a motion to post the county manager's position for 5 days?
There is not. There's a number of different ways of handling this. I mean, if this is the board's desire to end up with the county manager position, which I don't think is, that's not been decided. But one of the ways of doing this would be to amend the proposed resolution to remove references to the appointment of Mr. Wilson as the county manager, which then makes the resolution simply a resolution creating a county manager. The board could adopt that resolution today and then in a separate action move to post the position for consideration of who to appoint on the 19th or whenever the board chooses to make the appointment. That would be one option other than what is being considered here. Commissioner Chairman had asked me to, and this is also kind of in consultation with the representative of CTSI about, I don't know that we legally have to post. Well, I know that we don't legally have to post, but the question is whether it's a good idea, whether it makes sense, whether politically that makes sense. That's outside the purview of my advice. My advice is simply whether it's legally allowed, and I think that personnel policies don't require posting in this instance. Whether it's a good idea is up to the review.
So with the passage of the motion to rescind, did we not take Commissioner Wilson out of the conversation completely?
Well, the proposed resolution that's in front of you does appoint Braden as the county manager. Because that was the direction I received in terms of drafting that resolution. There's nothing magical about that language being in that resolution. And there's nothing that would prohibit someone, once that resolution is moved, or even moving that resolution with that language removed in the motion to adopt that resolution.
Yeah, I know we've gone on about our third iteration of these resolutions. I would assume that the prudent way forward would be to consider, whether or not it's passed, to consider a motion to create the position of county manager in and of itself. And then discussion or subsequent motions could be dealt with about posting a job pertaining to that position, and the hiring of someone could also be considered in a separate motion.
Or consider tabling it to do those things.
Correct. So, I would support considering the resolution today, of creating the position in and of itself.
In regards to that, thank you for that, Dan. I would rescind my previous motion.
Withdraw.
Excuse me, we heard a rescinding earlier.
I think Commissioner Flower would have to agree to that. Just so we're clear.
Would you agree to that?
I do, yes.
And subsequent to that, if we could amend the resolution that we have here by removing any context of that and just putting in the reference, just creating the position of county manager. So I would move that we amend that we vote on resolution, that we approve resolution 23-05, appointing the county manager, thus creating the county manager position. with no references to a person in that spot.
I'll second that.
Okay, so I do have a motion on the floor now to consider resolution 23-05, creating the position of county manager with no references to a person in that position. Discussion
You give it to the table here right now.
at the table. Yes, sir.
Okay, my position, my comments. I don't know what the rush is. We have an agreement already in place that we have all agreed to wait and understand how to manage this position differently and at less expense and those kinds of things, but we should still hear out. And that's why I appreciated the option to table that position, that motion. Also, I'm not about to vote, in my view, for me to give up my authority to some unelected official. Just period. I'm not going to change that. And I've made that statement before. And I also made a statement that was brought up a little bit ago. I want commissioners that are accountable for the votes they make. And so that puts us in a position that we already agreed to take to the 30th, 31st when we made an agreement. And this is with integrity, honesty, and honor here to agree. I think we should still follow through with that because I don't see the rush. And therefore, for me to rush and say, oh, okay, I'm going to decide to give up my authority to an unelected official on my cards right now. Not to say I can't change my mind if we do get to the point where we really establish what that job description is. That's why I suggested the 3 steps that we did to understand the authorities we're going to give up and pass on to another person that's unelected. And so that's my position right now, and I would like to see a discussion. We can still amend this agenda, this item. We can table this as well. I welcome the chance to do that with this new motion. It's okay if we were ready to do that anyway today, if it had been the other way around. I think giving us time to table it and give us time to work it and also listen to the people that I did put together in this community that have high experience in high efficiency organizations and manage it to a structure like we have, meaning we stay in our lanes. And I agree, we've had problems with commissioners not staying in their lanes that we agreed to when we set up our structure by resolution. By the way, we didn't resolve to do that. And we should honor what we resolved to do. I'm in complete agreement with what Brayden said. We need to stay in our lanes as commissioners. And that's a problem. And I've done the best I can, and I'm not going to speak for the other 2 commissioners. I think they've done what they had to do. So that's my comments right now, and we can discuss it further. Kevin, go ahead.
Okay. I'll respond as well.
You want the mic, or you got?
I have one right here. And with all due respect, sir, I very much wanted to see your presentation 4 months ago. And it has not come, and it has been continually pushed back. And I actually have some of the information that was provided to you in February by Michael Foster. And it's very good information.
Yeah, we gave it to
him. And I had a conversation with him just the other day. And he sent this to me. And in all honesty, it addresses a lot of the things that I have seen, the reasons why I believe we need to move forward in this direction. It's very well put together. And I know you have seen it. And it addresses a lot of the things that we have problems in.
Why can't we see it?
I can furnish that to anybody that would like to see it.
I have to speak.
So at the present time, sir, at the present time, we're at the table.
You don't have a position, you have a title, that's it, there's no position. There's a title.
Let him.
So, thank you. This actually addresses a lot of those issues. Policies, the procedures, the personnel, the leadership, and the culture. And he goes on to outline a lot of the things that were where he has seen issues. A lot of the things is the exact same thing we've been talking about. And he is not for it. He is not. Let me put it this way. He told me I am not anti-county manager, but he believes there is a better way to do it. And that is to your point, sir. That being said, it's almost point for point exactly why I believe that we need to move that way. And in regards to us staying in our lanes, all three of us I know have stepped out of our lanes. No, I will not bring it up. And this will move this county in the direction that it needs to go to make a difference, to do the job for the people of this county. I'll be quiet.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Anybody that thinks this is a rush job doesn't have a memory. I brought this up 2.5 years ago, promoted it very hard, got shot down. There's no rush. There hasn't been a rush. It's been a process. I guarantee you, when it comes down to getting outvoted on anything, 2-1, everything becomes a rush, everything becomes some kind of state of panic and so on and so forth. It's not the case here. I understand where you're coming from, Mr. Canada. I've tried to consider all sides of this. I guarantee I'm the only commissioner who wasn't privy to anything from your quote-unquote tiger team. Have never been given anything and don't have anything to this day. It's obvious. To me, you certainly have supported my belief that the intent is to just try to hang on until I get my ass voted out of office. Quote unquote. So, certainly confirms my suspicion that was what the plan was. I have no interest in that. I don't care about that. What I care about is what I believe. And I think we've got to quit saying what is right. We don't know what is right for this county. We only know what we believe in our own hearts.
Okay.
I have my convictions of what I believe is right for this county. I think the position of county manager is the right way to go in, quote unquote, reforming our county government structure. It's one position. We certainly have had issues as an administration. We certainly had issues in prior administrations. And I think this is a good route to go to try to correct some of those. I've had trouble staying in my own lane, absolutely. We've talked about that, three of us. So I think this will help all of us do a better job of that. I think it will save us from trying to do what we think is right for the county when in fact it may not be. So I support the resolution that I'm assuming our attorney has been editing as we've been speaking. I went through my copy and redacted or deleted everything pertaining to Mr. Wilson.
Dan's already sent us a revised res.
So, if you would, Mr. Chair, I would appreciate a little recess so we can have an opportunity to digest that document.
I think it would be prudent to be able to look at that. We've been sitting here quite a while. Let's take a recess until 5 till 4. That gives us just a hair over 10 minutes. So I will recess this meeting till 5 till.
Yeah.
No, recess.
Hey, Tom.
Great.
The time is now 3:55 PM, and I will reconvene this meeting of the Board of County Commissioners. When we took recess, we do have a motion on the floor to adopt resolution 23-05, and we do have the revised resolution here. I would like to go ahead and read that so that everybody is aware of what is on this resolution. Custer County Resolution 23-05, a resolution of the Board of County Commissioners of Custer County, Colorado, to create the office of County Manager. Whereas pursuant to the Colorado Revised Statutes, Section 30-11-107, Paren 1, Paren N, the Custer County Board of County Commissioners, the board, is authorized to create by resolution duly adopted the office of County Manager or such other offices as the board deems required for the efficient management of the business and concerns of the county. And whereas the board is authorized to make appointments to the office so created and to prescribe duties to be performed by such appointees. And whereas the board desires to create the office of County Manager. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Board of County Commissioners of Custer County, Colorado, that the office of County Manager is hereby established. The effective date hereof shall be the date of the adoption of this resolution. Approved, if it is approved, that line is here, approved and adopted the 6th day of July 2023 at Westcliff, Colorado. And it has signature lines for the 3 commissioners and an attest line by the clerk to the board. So that is the resolution that we have before us here now. We were still at the table for discussion. Any other discussion from the table at this time? All right now. Okay, so hearing none, I will open it up to the floor. I would ask that, again, that you identify yourself. I think it would be prudent to make sure that we stay on the point of the county manager, and I will open it up at this time. Please ID yourself.
Peggy Collins. Shocking, I know. So Kevin, I'm just going to address this to you. What I heard you say in your motion is that.
Peggy, can you hold that up?
I'm addressing it to Kevin. And my point is that what I believe I've heard him say is that the 3 commissioners sitting here before us today, who we elected, cannot get along enough to do the county's business. And that we need to hire somebody else to do it.
Thank you.
I'm Judy Elkington. 3 things. I heard from Braden, that you want them to have some kind of committee results stating pros and cons. And I also heard Commissioner Day say you have failed to do that. But I also understand that the results, even though postponed, were supposed to come on July 27th. So rushing this thing before the results of that seems wrong to me. Secondly, this committee, which I understand was to be made up of local people, I resent that Commissioner Flower refers to them as the so-called tiger team. How disrespectful you are to locals that you're supposed to be supporting. And lastly, my third thing is very similar to what she just said. We voted you in to do your jobs. And what I hear is you want this other guy to do your jobs. And maybe, so you have a scapegoat. So when people say you didn't do it, you go, well, it's Braden's fault. It's Braden's fault. I'm saying grow a pair. Do your job.
Second.
Was it Susie? I'm sorry, I had a hard time. Judy?
Judy.
Judy. I think you completely misheard. Sir, could you step? Yeah, there you go. Thank you. I think you completely misheard or certainly misrepresented what I said when I said the Tiger team. Commissioner Kanda coined the phrase to us in a meeting that was his team. There's no disrespect meant there. The fact is, he called them his Tiger team. I don't know what that means. That's why I put it in quotes. It's not my term. That was Commissioner Kanda's term. You understand what I'm saying?
The way you said it was derogatory.
Oh, all right.
Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, Anthony Mueller. So if I understand this correctly, Mr. Canada made a proposal to have this Tiger team deliver a presentation. And the two of you agreed to that, is that correct?
Yes, in January.
Okay. So why are you not upholding your agreement?
The agreement was he was to bring that back to us within 3 months. So, probably
There.
I'll respond to this. I don't want to get us into a whole bunch of back and forth. I would like to let everybody allowed to talk. I don't want to get into a lot of back and forth, but I will respond for myself. He was supposed to be back within 3 months on that. And if he would like to respond to that, I would let him.
Yeah, because I gotta correct that. There was an agreement after that because we couldn't get it done in time, not because we couldn't, there was a lot of other circumstances. Bottom line is because of that. I did send a copy out that Kevin got. Tom didn't get it for whatever reason. And I'll look at that. But the bottom line is we had another agreement that was agreed to in a board of directors meeting online with the public there saying, when are you gonna get it, Ken? And I said at the end of July. And they agreed to that. That's what's been omitted right now. I didn't fail to do it. It just didn't happen because we were waiting for that time. That's when we could get the 5 people together that are captains in industry that we got from this valley to present the option on how to stay in our lanes. I'm using a quote there. It's to use the management structure we currently have, as I mentioned before, and do it as efficiently as and with other training and those kinds of things that they were going to present. Now, I'm going to let one of them speak about that later, and he'll be up. So I wanted to correct that kind of thing.
So is that correct, that Mr. Day and Mr. Flower agreed to the second agreement? Is that correct? You agreed to that?
No. He was asked at multiple meetings when he would bring it. Finally, at one of them, he did tell us he would bring it at the end of July. He had already missed multiple deadlines, so there was no agreement. That was a statement made by Mr. Cannon. And, okay, back to, if you have comments, go ahead.
Yeah, he said it was done in a meeting, so wouldn't it be on the minutes?
It is, it's also on YouTube if you want to pull it up.
Okay, what I'm saying is if you guys are gonna agree, then your integrity should mean something. So far, it doesn't seem like it does.
Thank you.
So I'm Rick Mastroth. I have been part of some of these discussions. I think probably one of the biggest challenges is simply just get everybody together. We've got a couple of people that travel globally, and it's very difficult despite swapping a lot of things back and forth. So I personally am retired. I spent many, many years with one of America's most admired corporations. I've managed and led teams up to 400 people with several billion in sales and $150 million operating budgets. I have, as a result of that, I have extensive experience in training and organizational effectiveness and strategic development and deployment. I have also done a lot of consulting on this after my corporate career, but decided when I moved here about 5 years ago, I preferred time on my tractor and fishing at Lake Louise. I can talk for hours about my reverence for Custer County. I bought my first land here in the 80s. And again, we tried to settle here about 5 years ago. I have two thoughts on this county manager position based on my experience, and maybe a couple more just listening to the earlier discussions. There's a thought among organizational effectiveness experts that every organization is perfectly designed to get the results that it gets. The challenge, I think, in this environment is people are forgetting how to define the word define. And what I'm suggesting to you is that there are 5 key parts to that. And it should start with strategy. I think, excuse me, Pastor Swenson, is he still here? He kind of hit it on the mark when he was talking about the need to talk mission, vision, those kind of things. The strategy is the first and most important part of this. The second part is processes. You know, how do you plan to manage information and communication across teams, but more importantly to your constituents. The third is people, to ensure they have the necessary skills, the mindset, the culture that I think even Braden talked about a little while ago. The fourth I would define as rewards, and that's just simply making sure people are motivated for the right reasons to deliver your objectives. The fifth and final one is structure. And what I would argue you're doing is you've skipped everything else to go right to structure without clearly defining the work and work processes noted above. And it feels to me like you're seeking a solution through this county manager job for problems you don't fully understand. I see no reason why anybody would, of the 3 of you, would radically alter your current focus on moving lanes, staying in lanes, whatever, simply because a county manager is involved. It just defies logic to me. I just don't get it. And let's see, it's my sense most of the time I've seen from you, either watching Zooms, YouTubes, and also all the commentary I read, the work that the 3 of you do is highly transactional and not very strategic. And that's what I would argue is the basis of the issue. Regarding strategy, I went to a few meetings shortly after we came here that involved a consultant using grant money to put together a prosperity plan. I was shocked, maybe not shocked, but disappointed that I never see it anymore. I didn't think it was in a workable format with over 20 pages and 60+ action plans, but I thought some of the key ideas were very spot on. It's currently very similar in the bowels of your website right now. And I find that fairly disturbing. And I think if you want to make this place special and lead, that's where you should start. Because there are some very important parts to that. I mean, I already asked you right now, what were the 3 big ideas or priorities, and what were the 6 goals? Could any of you tell me any of those 9? Yeah, because it's buried somewhere. And again, all you do is manage transactions, not strategy, and that's my issue. You need to step back and decide what it is you want to do. My second thought's on a bit more personal level. When I go home after this meeting, I'm going to drive down the lovely paved part of Copper Gulch before I hit the dirt road, which goes a couple miles. And I wonder if that is going to be ever paved further with the commitment that you're making to add another $500, $600, $750,000 over the next 5 years for a county manager. I mean, is that really the right way to spend the taxpayers' money? And we have all these issues, and my issues on Copper Gulch, it's just, you're spending resources that could be deployed for better roads, which is part of the prosperity plan, or for more deputies, or whatever the case may be. I do find it highly irregular, and Braden, I loved your presentation. I think it made a lot of sense. But as a guy that has been through probably 15 huge restructures in my career, I find it a little bit irregular to have employees designing their own jobs. And in this instance, with a 20% salary increase, It just doesn't feel right to me. And that's part of my issue. And people just need to step back, look at what your objectives are, what the processes are, what the training is needed for the people on, et cetera. I will leave a copy of these comments, and just in some spare time, it took me a couple hours. I put together a one-page strategy review from that prosperity plan. And I shouldn't be doing that. But again, I haven't seen anybody pull it out, talk about it, because all you're doing is managing all these transactions. And again, I don't understand what a county manager is going to do to fix the three of you stepping out of your lanes. It makes no sense to me. So that's my stuff for what it's worth. And again, we have had some issues getting everybody together because of a couple of people. Again, I'm retired. I did make a commitment to myself on retirement. After 37 years of wasting time in meetings, I try very hard now to avoid them. And today is a perfect example of why I feel the way
I do. Rick, just for the record, state your name, and he is one of the Tiger Team members.
Rick Maxtroth.
What's your last name?
Rural Custer County.
What's your last name?
MECKSTROTH. I did give, you grab my sheet, so.
And he has been working. The reason for that is because he was working it for this presentation that's coming up.
And again, I was not a huge advocate of the output from that prosperity plan. I just find it disappointing it's been shelved, and I don't think it was ever looked at. I'll give you a little bit of credit for COVID in 2020, being a bit of a disruption, but you know, it was, and I get it was free money, which is why I don't like free money. But I'm bothered by it, that you haven't done more to figure out exactly what the strategy is. Again, Pastor Swenson referred to it as vision, mission, stuff that I did in my sleep for 30 years. I'm not trying to get a new project, but I do feel like there's a strategy element that's missing here.
Thanks, sir.
Frank, I just want to say, he kind of let you know, because Kevin, you said that you received something and it addressed a lot of the issues that you were concerned about. And I really would like to see that presentation. I mean, as a citizen, I'd like to be privy to that Tiger Team, and had one of the things.
If I may, I am happy to share this with you. I don't believe that Michael would have an issue with me sharing it. He did tell me this is a rough draft form, but I am happy to share this with anybody that would like a copy of it. I can print them out. I can get it put on the website or whatever somehow to make that available to everyone.
Wouldn't it be really great if we could all hear the presentation that everybody's been working on? And I think it's not right to say that Commissioner Canada was dragging his feet just to get this, get Tom unelected. I just don't think that's right, because Tom, the recall is not until August, right? Yeah. And if at the end of July, we have to hear this presentation, I don't think the two are intermingled. And maybe you feel that way, Tom, and I don't blame you for feeling that way. I mean, you've been under a lot of persecution. You guys really got to put your egos aside and work together. It's written all over your faces at these commissioner meetings, how much you despise working with one another. And, you know, that's just part of your job. Like or dislike each other, but you gotta respect one another, and you have to show that respect to the citizenry, that you are working together for the good of the county. And it's not about you guys, it's not. It's about the county, and it's about our tax dollars and what we do with it. So I just would say that, you know, to show respect for one another, don't let it be broadcast all over your faces, how much, you know, you disagree with one another. Maybe do that in private, come out to the public as a
show of force that we're a community and working together for our benefit, please. Yeah?
Thank you.
So I have a question, Kevin. Are you saying that you have a copy of some of this, what the Tiger team has done?
This is something that was sent to them in February. It was put together by one of them. I don't know if he was a member of the team or not.
Let me make
You
it
could
clear.
address that.
Let me tell her, he is the chairman of the Tiger team, Reggie, Michael Foster. He is a business of doing this for counties and businesses and the military. So he was the lead on this. He started that up and we got it going. Rick's been participating. Bob Singerhoff is another member. We have John Adams, who's the largest Nissan dealer this side of the Mississippi in Colorado Springs, that runs an organization and daily works with this. And then we have fourth one. Oh, we had Carol Viner on there as a point to bounce and make sure we're working one way or the other. And the intent was to come up with a plan to show you that it can be managed, like Rick was saying. We have a strategic plan, how we keep each other in our lanes and manage the few people we have without getting in each other's way, which to me is, I've done, I can, I will, and sometimes he says we step beyond that as a emergency, something tactical that's his, instead of staying in our strategic lane. So that was the presentation that was coming up. It was delayed, not because it was dragging any feet, it was due to what he said. These are people that have lives and are high-powered, people that understand the things and have a vested interest in this valley to perform. I have to commend them for doing it. Thank you. And I still like make my comments later, but I believe that presentation should be made available for everybody when it's finished.
Right, so what you're saying, what you have from February isn't the finished copy?
Well, what we have is they're concluding it and they're.
Yeah, they're still finishing.
And that was what was finished up now, up until July the 30th. And that final version and what we would propose the next steps are in order to get them implemented, to train people. We want to have a policy where you get good people, and they always change. Commissioners need training to be commissioners, because we walk from all walks of life. We don't need a CTSI once a quarter, once you come in one little class. So it was to update and keep us current on policies and EEO stuff, those kinds of things for all county employees. So that's the process. It was a complete package, not just here's the org structure. It's not about org structure.
Okay.
Even with this new org structure, we still need to do some of the things that we need to do. Train people. Keep them current with policies and procedures and other things that come up for employees, EEO stuff, etc. Okay.
Well, so it sounds to me like, I'm not sure how we ended up with July 19th being a hard date that we're gonna vote on if we need a manager. We haven't even had the presentation yet.
You're voting now.
Oh, right now, okay, so today, we haven't even had the presentation yet. You have all kinds of public. I have not been able to make any of the meetings until today, but I've read about all of the negative public comment. Almost makes me think we ought to vote on it like we did on if we're going to build a new courthouse or something, because people are not in favor of it, and then yet you sit here, you're going to vote without all the knowledge that you could have. Why not collect all of that first and then talk about it again?
2 more weeks.
Yeah, prudence is whatever that versus. Anyway, I would table it until after we have the presentation.
Thank you.
Yeah, exactly.
So Jordan Hedberg, for the record, I want to build on a couple of things that Bill Buchanan said. Training. In 1990, you had term limits that got put in Custer County, except for a few offices, sheriffs were exempt. The problem with term limits, you get a lot of advantage, which is you get a lot of new perspectives, a lot of new blood, but like anything in the world, When you give something, you take something. I've written about this a couple of times over the last 3 or 4 years. This is the 4th board I've covered as a reporter for the Tribune, back when I was a reporter. And you see new commissioners come in, make the same exact mistakes and learning curves every single time. And that's why we do have some of the training and stuff, but what you used to have before 1990 is you would often have commissioners that went for quite a few terms, Drapers and, Bob knows more than I do on some of those, but you go through the old Tribunes, there was a lot of institutional knowledge that got stored in the county commissioners, despite, turnover, because it wasn't just 8-year segments, every single time. So a lot of counties and municipalities have turned to a version of a county manager or a town manager because we're only as good as our institutions. And the downside of term limits is that you lose a lot of institutional knowledge in the individual. And you can retain that in the county manager position. And that county manager is going to continue to be crafted as more institutional knowledge gets formed. Be it Braden or whoever, all of our offices have all of this institutional knowledge built up into them. We've lost that with term limits. County managers and stuff like that are a way to bring it back. And I think that is an interesting way to go about it. In my lot of counties, like Fremont and stuff, it's not so much a size thing, it's how do you retain these things so you're not. I've done 4 boards now, and I can almost predict when a new board member comes on, the mistakes they're going to make right away, just because it takes a long time to start getting these things taken care of. So that's more of a context, not an either or, but I do think it's an interesting notion that it's a way that the county can start building on itself in a better way by having a county manager. So thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, and one thing is a lot of people would be a lot less angry and mad if they read the Tribune, because we've been covering this for 5 years. Over 5 years, so there'd be a lot less anger in that case. So.
And
You're all fine. My wife took the wind out of my sails, so I'm gonna try it a friendly way. I agree with what Janine said. There's absolutely, and I really love what you said, sir. The strategy isn't there. I truly believe, and I truly believe that if you could show that you're working for us, that you work together for us, it would help a lot. I have to agree with what my wife said. When we look at you, and there's so much animosity, and it really doesn't need to be there. It really doesn't need to be there. And I don't see a reason why it is forced now, that vote. I do believe that you agreed to that July 29th presentation, and it wouldn't hurt anybody. It wouldn't hurt anybody if you wait that long. I hope you rethink that before you vote today. I do not have a lot of hopes, but I hope you rethink that. You do work for us, the people, for all of the people here. And I would like to see that we come together and not drift further apart, which we have as a whole country, but unfortunately in our county too. That's all I have.
Thank you.
Sorry, my name is Darla Kings Falls, resident of rural Custer County, and I apologize for having to go on my notes, but I have never attended meetings such as these. I've been a reporter my entire life, and I've covered many millions of government meetings. Never have I seen such lack of decorum and respect and order in meetings as I see and as I experience today, which has me my blood pressure, don't even want to know what it is right now. This is not the way a meeting should be run. I guess they're not required to adhere to Robert's Rules of Order. That's news to me, because I've never attended a government meeting that wasn't conducted that way, and where there was not a gavel to silence those who were disrupting the meeting. They're like, I can't hear you. Well, maybe because you're talking. Anyway, I have a question for Commissioner Kanda. Is everything ready for this meeting on the 27th? Will the presentation be final and be there and be available, or will it be delayed again?
Yes, is the answer. It's available,
It's
so it
ready?
will be. You bet.
Okay.
The only thing that has precluded it is, like he said, that they are all over the world.
Right.
Michael Foster was in Brazil for the government of Brazil with a presentation on how to run their government.
Right.
So things that we are very lucky to have a team together that we have, and they put a lot of time into this already.
That's fine. I just want to make sure
Yes.
that if we're going to vote to wait until the 27th, that something is actually going to happen on the 27th. Because as a regular Zoom participant in these meetings, I see the delay in meeting minutes being available, which is a crime. How can the public be aware? How can you be aware? I don't know whether it's a matter of you not doing your jobs or that you're just not able to do your jobs, because so many things fall through the cracks, so many deadlines on this, so many fires are suddenly there that have to be put out. It's a completely dysfunctional management style that needs to change. I've never seen anything like it before. I don't know if the county manager is the answer or not, but there needs to be some sort of answer to the situation as it stands. Someone mentioned, and I feel badly for Braden, I feel like he was attacked, and that should not have been the case. They said that he was redefining your goals. I think to me, it's more like he's clarifying your goals, so that there's a clear understanding of who should be doing what, when, and how, so that all these things that continue to constantly fall through the cracks don't fall through the cracks. There are a lot of challenges, I understand, to the Tiger team, but it often seems that you're flying by the seat of your pants. That there needs to be some way, and maybe it is just that the organizational setup or the long-term goals and things have been lost sight of. It seems that often a loud, disruptive crowd can come into your meetings and just hijack the whole thing. And then if they don't like the way so-and-so votes on an issue, and this is not the first time, they demand a recall. That costs the county money as well. You want to talk to the manager costing money. The recalls cost money as well. It is a waste of money. You let someone finish out their term, and if you don't like what they're doing, then you vote them out. The term is done. So I just wanted to make sure that there wasn't going to be another delay after the 27th. And that whatever you do something to change the culture, the organization, the way that you conduct business here in the county, because it's criminal. It's criminal, and it's an injustice to all the citizens here who can't always come to the meetings and whisper and shout and cry out and whatever for their point of view. Everyone needs to be served. And there shouldn't just be like, well, we don't like the way you voted, so we're going to recall you out of office. You're all there to serve all the members, all the citizens of Custer County, not just the loud, angry mob that comes to your meetings on a regular basis and demands their way. Thank you.
Thank you. Anthony Wheeler,
me the creation of this position is you guys are relinquishing, giving up your responsibility. That's what it seems to me like. And the Constitution, Article 4, Section 4 says that you are supposed to guarantee us a Republican form of government. If you give up your responsibility to some unelected official, then that's a dilution of a Republican form of government. And there's a not so famous saying that responsibility given up is apprehended by tyrants. Thank you.
Jim McMahon. The action that took place trying to force this deal through some kind of quick meeting seemed pretty desperate to me. So legality is one thing. Knowing right from wrong and misleading somebody intentionally or push your agenda through is an ethical character. And that's what I have a problem with. That's what's sitting in front of us here. You have family challenges, time challenges. You have probably broken hearts because our country's so broken. There's a lot of energy level and intuition and things that have to take place in your position of service. I don't think you guys are acting. I think the tail's wagging the dog. Tom, you went to school to learn how to, I don't know, what was that? Something, how to be. Try to help your character. Did it help? Did you stay in your lane afterwards? We're going to have to elect people that have a character of honor and integrity and a work ethic that can get the job done and maintain a republic. This other thing that's going on here, I don't know what this is. This is unbelievable. But to use words and to call an executive meeting, you're creating a complete political structure change. It's not just a job opening. You're insulating the voice of the people into one person that buffers us from you. So I wonder to myself, why are the strong Republican American patriot people so adamantly against what you're doing about buffering us? And then I wonder why people that have a little bit of liberal tendency, I'll be as kind as I can be, are embracing this. And I remember Mr. Flower completely telling me one day, he says, Jimmy, I don't represent you. I represent the other side. Well, he was voted in, I thought, representing my belief system. Well, guess what? Surprise. But here again, it's an ethical thing. It's above board. You need to be above reproach. And if you're not adequate to do the job, get out. Resign. Get up, get out. Because it's wrong to be representing thousands of people when you're mentally ill or you're just inadequate. You just don't have the capability of doing it. It's ridiculous. If I got hired on and I found out I couldn't do the job, I would say, hey, I can't do this. I'm in over my head. I would have enough integrity to say, whoopsie, I can't do it. That's not what's going on here. It looks like a bunch of pity party wham, wham, wham going on here instead of saying, hey, there are answers and they're right in front of us. But for whatever reason, we've got to get this thing done before Tom gets out. Well, what if Lucas and Bill go, hey, we don't want the county manager thing? Are we just wasted our whole time here today? Is that going to happen? What's going to happen here in a minute? This is like some political circus. And it's unbelievable. There's a lot more I could say. But wording and misleading Mr. Kennedy to go into that meeting under the disguise that you did. You personally said that, Kevin.
I did.
And I'm personally going to have to, there's got to be some kind of consequence for that kind of, what was that? What the hell was that? I don't get it. Anyways, I gotta go back to work. I spent a lot of time here today, and I knew exactly how this was gonna go. But you gentlemen need to look at yourselves and be honest with yourselves. You're part of the problem, and this is what a lot of people in political things do. They'll cause the problem, and then here comes the solution, when there wasn't a problem in the first place. And that's what I'm seeing. Neck deep here, neck deep. And thank God for the First Amendment. That's all I'm gonna say. I appreciate you guys, but come on. If you can't do the job, if you can't manage people, you don't belong in the position you're in. Amen. That's the problem that we have here. If you have too many personal problems in your life and you cannot dedicate enough time to be a servant of this county, which you are, you don't belong in the job. You need to get out. Well, whatever it is. And respect people. If it ain't, don't put your nose in it where it don't belong. My whole thought growing up as a young man in America, we voted they'll take care of it. Boy, was I wrong. They'll take care of it. We, the people, have got to be involved. And this is the only place I got enough time to go to. I can write letters and do emails to other representatives. But you guys are right here, right now. And I love them. Grow up there. Do something. Right, wrong, or indifferent. But to cause this county to go through all these lawsuits and all this turmoil, and to cause all this crap, and I know it's a political thing. We definitely got Kingdom going against Kingdom here. Belief system against belief system. But it's being manifested in a political realm. So that's where the tread's hitting the pavement here. But most of the people in here that I know are going, well, why are we adding more to it when we should be able to do the job? And if you can't do the job, if you're just inadequate, get out. Let someone else get in there. Anyways, thanks.
Thank you.
Mine is not going to be a long speech, but I'm about to set her off. I am part of the Tiger team, and I was asked by Commissioner Danda to participate in this as a local resident. When he told me who the other players were on the team, I felt as though, yeah, I wanted to be a part of that team. And the presentation that you heard from the professionals that do this for a living around the world. And we have one of our key people right now, as stated by Commissioner Panda, is in Brazil and doing this for that country. I think it's time that you as commissioners table what you're talking about now until which time you have an opportunity to hear what they got to say. Yes, Tom, we have been doing things. We have had meetings. We have had setbacks. We have had timing issues. But it's difficult to get people together that are in the various professions and doing their jobs as opposed to being in the courthouse all the time. I think, Mr. Chairman, I think we should have an opportunity to express our game plan to this board before you start making any further decisions. I appreciate that time.
Joni Wilcox, and I have been speaking to a lot of these meetings, and we have stated repeatedly, Chairman Day, that we do not want an unelected bureaucrat leading this county. That's why we elected you. In any court of law, you hear both sides to an argument. You heard one side. You need to hear the other side. And you've had people working on this for months. They need to have their day in court, so to speak. And let us hear the other side. There is no reason in the world not to table this until July 30th or a later date when it can all be presented to us. We have asked repeatedly for this presentation. We want to hear these people. And you asked our attorney if you could advertise ahead of time this position, and he said that technically you could. Just because you can do something doesn't mean you should. This all needs to be tabled until we can hear the other side.
Thank you. We take you, please. Be online.
Oh, sorry.
I want to see if they're.
I got food underneath there.
Give us just a second, making sure that there isn't anyone online who wants to speak.
Yes, sir. You may ask again.
If anyone online would like to speak, go ahead and raise your hand.
That's it.
Nothing. Okay, any further comments from the table?
I just want to correct one thing. Michael Foster's not in Brazil today. He was in Brazil when it got canceled. He's in another county or another state right now. But he's in and not, just to correct it, he has been in Brazil. It's one of the reasons it was delayed before. Argentina has been there. Costa Rica, some county or country. He's a world traveler and does a lot of work. That's the point. Bob, you made a good point. The Tiger team, and I still feel that it does need to be presented as a commissioner. I want to see both sides. I haven't seen the results yet. I don't know exactly how they're going to propose to do the training to keep things current and give the continuity that the county needs, and to get other people involved as they come and go, not just commissioners. It could be one of the department employees that need to be trained up on things. So they're coming out of the hayfield into a different life or another job. That's my point. So that clarifies that, and I still think it should be tabled as well.
Any commissioner?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Definitely some things have been said here this afternoon that deserve merit. There are some things here that have been said that are just blatantly not the truth. Easy to call that a lie. That's not a very politically pleasing term these days. Mr. Mann, you said that in a conversation between you and I, that I said I would represent the other side. That's not true. What I told you was that I was elected to represent everybody in this county, and that's what I intend to do. A bunch of clapping and carrying on in a meeting is more frustrating than productive. I can tell you that as the city commissioner. So I think that I'm very thankful that just because somebody says something doesn't make it fact. Just because something's written in the paper doesn't make it fact. I hope we're all intelligent enough to grasp and understand that concept. Everything we've heard here today is someone's opinion, including mine, right? I get your frustration. You're not sitting up here. I understand the frustration of that. You don't get to make the decisions. You have a responsibility to share your opinions and to try to politically persuade sitting elected officials to do what you think they should do. That's part of the political process, right? I mean, that's how it works. The inevitable responsibility and accountability is sitting in these three chairs. If you don't think we're being accountable, you're sorely mistaken. You sit here and get pistol whipped, that is accountable. We're sitting here being accountable for being in these offices. Doing what you think we should do, that's not accountability. Standing up for the decisions we make, that's accountability. I can try to dodge accountability by hiding, by not responding to emails. I choose not to do that because I think that's accountability. To me, accountability isn't caving into a bunch of political yao-yao. That's not accountability. Accountability is stand up and do what is right and then defend your position for that. To me, that's what accountability is. To be responsible for your actions. I don't know, maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. I wasn't elected to pander to anybody. I was elected to do what I thought was right for this county. Based on,
Tom has the floor.
Based on all of the information that I had at the time or that I have at the time. That's the way I look at my job. My job is to make decisions. And I hope I do that. And I pray that I do that to the best of my ability now watch that door, it'll whack you in the knee. To do that as best I can with the information I have at the time. I've said it before, I've certainly made mistakes. One of the things I appreciate about Lisa Frank, she should be in politics, man. The girl has a sense about her that in amongst of all the fervor and the anger and this and that, she has the ability to convey her thoughts in a respectful and meaningful and understandable way. I'm sorry she left because I was going to compliment her on that. It's not the first time that she has done that, and I appreciate it in her. We all respond passionately to things, to circumstances. I get that. I understand that. And I'm guilty of that a lot. But to vehemently attack and accuse and allege is just not productive. It's just not going to get us anywhere. Because we do get defensive. We start closing the fences around us. It's a natural thing, right? Self-preservation. We get that. I don't like it, but that's part of it. This resolution today, if it passes, doesn't necessarily preclude this group from making a presentation. I think you guys have kind of painted that picture that if we take action on this resolution, the presentation goes out the window. I don't look at it as an either or. All we're doing is considering whether or not to create a position of county manager. What happens?
Keep it down.
What happens after that is up to the three of us. Because we're the ones who vote. And if I'm wrong about that, I would open up for some comments and catcalls about that, but as far as I know, we're the only three that's gonna vote on that. If we vote on that without listening to our constituents, then we shouldn't be in office. I agree with that. But I hope we're not into that point of whoever yells the loudest gets their point made, and that's what the commissioners are gonna do. I hope you're all thinking, I hope the commissioners do what they believe is right for this county. If they don't, then we do have issues. The other thing I want to clarify is that somehow we've massaged this whole thing about the county manager into one overly simplified, ignorant concept that the only reason we want a county